I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. When I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle. I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so very good to see all of you tonight. Sorry, I'm a little bit later than usual. I tried to get the video edited with the 7-hour live, but I mean, it's a lot to get through. And then I didn't want to, like I said, play all of it, of course. So I got it shaved down. But then I remembered that I can't post any of it to TikTok if it's, I think it has to be like an hour or less. And you guys know how I roll. Like everything is really documented and so it's a struggle with TikTok. I was having issues with TikTok earlier, user error mostly. So Shadow, good to see you. I saw your comment. So Eric Craddock used to be Deputy Eric Craddock. He's also been a detective before. Also Navy, a seaman, um, as well as, went to college, the whole 9 yards, right? But he made a statement, and it was a long time ago, but he made the statement that he thinks that the word rape is, a strong word, and that he prefers snuggle struggle, right? Which makes me think that maybe somebody snuggled to struggle him. And maybe that's why he's just so coy about it. Either way, really, really bad. I did a whole video on Eric Craddock. Um, and I put the posts in there and some of the connections that I've found in there. And thank you, Parents Helper. Um, so yeah, I mean, it definitely happened. It was a long time ago, but it wasn't just that post that was concerning on Snug Strug's pages. He was actually on X, um, and then, well, it was Twitter then, I think. And then he also had some Facebook posts, and some strange connections there as well. Um, but I put it all in that video just to kind of show it. But the person who he was talking with in the video, you're welcome, Shadow. The person that he was talking to in the video, or excuse me, in the X posts, one of the people was his ex girlfriend, excuse me, and the other person was banned from Twitter. It was like Welcome Wonka or Willy Wonka's something or other. I don't know. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but yeah, that's what he thinks. I can't imagine having to be a victim of that and having to go to someone who has a shockingly cavalier take on such a horrific situation, especially a male victim, in my opinion, might get teased for even reporting something like that, which is highly concerning because now he's the unopposed sheriff. And what's even more concerning, even though I know people have said nothing but good things about Sonny Weatherford, um, that is his protege. That's his top pick. That's the man that was supposed to take his place when he retired. But then he had his untimely passing. Um, so I don't know. I have mixed emotions. I have mixed reviews. Um, Good to see you, Joe. Thanks for being here, and good to see all you guys. I was greeting you guys earlier in the chat, and I did figure out the poll, right? I stumbled upon the poll, so I just put up a quick poll. I didn't know what to ask you guys, Shadow. I didn't know what to ask you guys. About, but it was our first poll that I actually got to run in. So, and thank you, little Miss Sharon, for posting that. And also, thank you so much for your super sticker. So I did a goal, and usually I don't do goals, but since we're raising money for me to go to Tennessee, I'm gonna go ahead and just do goals and do small things like that. Again, I did want to give you guys a quick update. I'm gonna schedule a live either next week or the week after. So if you want to be a part of the members only live, you can go ahead and become a member. Also, we have on that tier, on the first tier, um, you get access to the Discord, which is kind of new, right, to me because I was like, I don't know if I want a Discord, but we got a Discord nonetheless. And so hey, Holly S, good to see you. And so, yeah, so I was editing, and you guys had told me to go over and watch Guilty of a Crime tonight because she was going to go over those documents from April that are attached to Fishy. And so I was really enjoying her take on things. I was kind of mentally drained at the point where I clicked it off my editing software and flipped over to her channel on the replay. And I was grabbing something to eat. And I was just mentally drained, and then I just got like a burst of energy because what she put out was very refreshing. But it also made me think of this because part of what she had shown on um Sebastian's birthday isn't the whole video. So somebody took the video down and re-uploaded it without the more shocking parts of it. And it was on Facebook. I was a very, very new creator. I mean, I still am. But like really small, and I had gone on the Facebook, and somebody had sent it to me on the Facebook. I called it the Facebook. But I went over there and looked, and yeah, it's I'm gonna show it. But I also want to show a piece from Josh when Seth and Tony were on the panel. So let me share this with you guys really quick. And welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Hey Andrea, hey Cinderella. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. Okay, so this is a video. And it's interesting what Jay was saying earlier because she was, and that's guilty of a crime, Jay. I'm referring to her, because I know there's a couple of Jays out there. But either way, I had made this video, and she talks about the threats, right, that she experienced in Maddie Soto's case, and so this video. Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. So, and then she also mentions that um there's a lot of bullying and kind of the different ways that we thought Sebastian was lower functioning or not as high on the spectrum, and it's almost like insulting, right? And also, so I agree totally with that. And just the way that Sebastian was portrayed, and they seem to have bullied Sebastian. But on this particular video, when I put this up, this was like, I'm going to be able to tell you off the top of my head, but December 12th, 2024. So, about a year ago. And I had, for the first time, two people in this, and I wish I would, you know what, and I might have screenshotted it. I probably have it somewhere. Either way, there were two chatters in there that had mentioned that Sebastian is the R word, like in my comments. And I was like, are you kidding me right now? Like, you're going to come in my comments and say that about Sebastian. How do you figure? Because everyone in Jay's chat was saying that very thing, that everybody thought he was lower functioning because of what Chris and Katie were putting out there. And it was only until Seth came out and started talking about playing Dungeons and Dragons, excuse me, or playing Magic the Gathering, or the fact that Sebastian loved to play, more complex video games. But not only that, but socially, he was not awkward, right? And there were people that liked to hang out with Sebastian. And then we hear, he can beat grown people at chess, but then again, he was also a part of the chess team, right? So structured enough. So it wasn't just only at home that he was able to play with adults only. See, the whole thing has been a friggin' lie from the very, very beginning. And it's maddening. Hey, Blast. It's maddening, you know? So this is Seth and Tony with Josh from the lab. And they're talking about bullying because I think that, well, you know what? Let's just play it.
A lot of the stuff, Josh, it just doesn't help bring Sebastian home. And one of the things that Seth has been very consistent about is if it doesn't involve bringing his son home, he's not really interested in it. And I've watched you over the last few months. I'll ask you a question if you don't mind. You've broken down a lot of those early interviews, and you broke down a lot of the early interviews that Chris and Katie have done. Mm-hmm. And you've pointed out some of the inconsistencies in those interviews. Sure. Multiple things that were said differently. The very next interview, they were answered differently. Very, very important details that were answered differently. You've been working with Seth now longer than I have. Have you ever found an inconsistency in anything that Seth Rogers has ever said?
No, not off the top of my head. I mean, nothing that ever stuck out to me. No, I don't think so.
So, when people are aligning themselves instead of focusing on the child, you've got one side that has got many, many, many inconsistencies. And as we said on Vinny's show, if you're telling the truth, you're not going to have inconsistencies because the truth is easy to remember.
No, you're right about that. Somebody said something about the internet access. I don't remember. I don't remember if that was an inconsistency or not. I know Chris and Katie said that he did not have access to the internet at their house, but that he did with you, Seth.
He could get on my PlayStation and play under my account at any point in time. I didn't limit him. I mean, we're talking about a child
15-year-old child
that I had asked many times, would you like to have your own account? And he says, no, Dad, I'd rather just play under yours. When you give the child the opportunity to grow and you give the child the opportunity to make his own decisions, it's going to allow him to grow and blossom, bloom, and to grow up. But literally, it's like, he had his own on Netflix. He has his own profile, which is, he should. He's 15. When I first got Netflix, he was like 6. So children's profile, period. So you can watch children-based stuff. So you're not watching, blood, guts, gore, horror movies, and, all that sort of stuff. It's the same thing with the internet. I had conversations with my son. I told him, listen, you don't know these people on the internet. All right. The only people you should be communicating with are people that are on my friends list because I know them personally. I've met them. I've shaken their hand. I've known them for 10 plus years. So what's the point of, and he's like, that's fine. He'd rather play with these people because they play the game and he's there to play the game, not chat. I mean.
Well, and the other thing too, Josh, is.
And I just want to say really quickly, in my opinion, I've never caught Seth in any type of like outrageous lying or anything like that, or even any type of lie, period. He's always been just straightforward as he's being right here. Right. And this is the first time, which is funny because I'm always like, Seth is always showing himself. But this is one time where he didn't, right? But most of the time when we see Seth, you can see his, it's not just an avatar. Like I have, like I've been putting up. And I think that says a lot because he's allowing for us all to see his body language, right? And this is just one rare occasion where he's the avatar, right? And Seth is very honest, like even to like, where people might think he's a little bit too like blunt, I would say. Because Seth doesn't have a problem. Like I gave you guys the example of when I had asked about something. I'd asked a question to Seth and he just said, I can't share that information. Like he said it to me so matter of fact, like he didn't give a fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, which is a good thing. Like I would hope that he would feel like he could just, be real. But I did. I straight up asked him a question and he's just like, I can't tell you that. Like, you know what I mean? And some people would be nervous to say that or, not that I'm like intimidating or anything, but I'm just saying like he's very straightforward. And it's not this bullshit like I'm brash but respectful. It's not this song and dance. It's not this nonsense, right? And so that's where I have to, just kind of second that with Josh. And he's been on Josh's panel several times. Also, Tony's been working with him from pretty early on in the game, right? Because Pascal had gotten him and Tony linked up, right, together. So very early on, Tony was acting as a spokesperson, and I just appreciate that. because Tony's been through a hell of a lot. So I appreciate that.
We're talking, everybody wants to label Sebastian as an autistic child, but they forget that he was a highly functioning autistic child.
Boom. And not only that, I'd like to remind people too, and Seth has said this several times, you know, publicly, that Sebastian has a rare chromosome deletion, right, that he was born with. So they were aware of the rare chromosome deletion right away. The autism diagnosis came later, right? So, and some of the symptoms of the chromosome deletion are also symptoms that we would see on the spectrum as well, right? But just because there's comorbidities, or ADHD on top of, the autism or the chromosome deletion, that doesn't, it's just not in this little package, right? And again, like I was saying before, they're talking about Sebastian as if he's incompetent, he can't handle himself, he's socially awkward. Oh my God, he's just like a nuisance, right? When he's actually a very bright and sweet kid. And we're gonna see his video of his 15th birthday, the one they didn't cut up.
And in a lot of situations, you wouldn't know that he was autistic unless he had been labeled as such. So if you consider him a fairly normal 15-year-old child, I would ask anybody that's ever had a child of that age, and I ironically have a 15-year-old of my own, I don't know any 15-year-old child anywhere that doesn't have access to the internet. I've never even heard of that at that age. I mean, most of these kids have $1,500 iPhones at 15 years old, and they've got access to the internet through their phone. They've got access to, to multiple different TV platforms. They've got access to video games, and parents do monitor those things, but I don't know any parent that would not give a 15-year-old child any access to the internet. I mean, that's where a lot of these kids learn and grow and research, and it's a part of their school and things like that. So to me, it's more odd that he wouldn't have access than that he would.
Well, I mean,
oh, it's super odd, and not to cut Josh off, it's super odd, and it's just like, it seems like they were cutting off everything from Sebastian, right? So that way everything would be squeaky clean. And when there's no evidence, that is evidence, right? And it's very abnormal. There's nothing normal about it. And Holly S., that made me think too. Holly says, I didn't even think he was verbal, right? And that was because I think, or one of the reasons in the Holly Thompson interview, Katie's like, oh, if you say his name, he'll look. And she like did it like dazed and confused, like he'll look, and it's like, well, just Katie, you're the one that's goofy, Katie, not your son. Come on now, and talk about socially awkward, Mr. Chris. Ugh, yeah, absolutely, Holly. Just they portrayed him so negatively and not accurately.
he'd have access to the internet at
My
school.
opinion.
Right. I mean, with a lot of filters.
A particular person got upset because he had access at school to get his FFA certificate that was given to me by the school. He had to have internet access to take all the tests and stuff for it. And somebody got mad because he had it. But yet that person also wouldn't show up at the school to be given it, the reward or the award.
What was the reason that he was upset about it?
Because they didn't allow him to have internet access at home, and they were upset that the school gave him internet access to take the tests and finish out the course.
Yeah, right. It's not the same. Like, it's not like, you can exchange messages with people and stuff like that, but it's pretty like out in the open, if you're in a server or whatever, but it would all come back to your account, right? That's what you said?
Correct.
Right.
And they took my stuff and they went through it and they gave me all of my stuff back. They just never gave me Sebastian's stuff back.
Yeah. So when they returned it, what did they say to you?
Here's your stuff back.
That's it. They didn't say,
No, they took all my electronics, and then what they do is they download everything from the hard drive.
Right.
Okay. So I have to give them all my passwords for all of my accounts so that they can access it. So I gave all the passwords for all of my accounts. They had all of my stuff for 2 weeks, and then
What do they call that thing, guys? Is it Cellbrite or whatever that they use? Why don't they download that shit? Why didn't they grab all of their phones? You know, no offense, Seth, but you know, I know that you don't take offense to it because you want to find your son. Why didn't they take those friggin' phones and download them? Like, what is that? Well, we just give them special treatment. Hey, sir, ma'am, can we have your passwords? No. This is an investigation. This is an investigation. Oh, and how about Chris Proudfoot telling everybody right off the bat, well, his mind hasn't caught up to his body. He's he wonders. No, he doesn't wonder. You idiot. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be nicer. I'll try to be nicer. Holly says it reminds me so much of battered wife who isn't allowed to better herself and be independent. Right. It's the same abuse tactics, Holly. That's spot on. You know, it's the same tactics. Isolate. As Sasha, I saw you too, Sasha. Good to see you. Isolate, make them feel like they have no resources, right? And holding them down, not liking to see them be successful, not liking to see them spread their wings and be themselves and who, you know, the beautiful person that they could be, right? And that's what they did. They stifled Sebastian. And it's absolute abuse. And I'm sorry, I don't feel bad for the parents. I just don't. I feel bad for Sebastian. It makes me feel worse and worse for him every single time. I look at another video, a good creator who can look at this and see exactly what it is for, you know, for what it is. Not for what they want it to be, not for who they want to like them, you know. It is what it is. It's clear. Crystal clear, right? But let's feel sorry for the parents. You know? I feel for Seth because he's actually out there looking. But no, I don't feel bad for the proud feet. They're horrible to Sebastian. Who takes a kid's internet in this day and age? Who takes their phone away? And Sebastian wasn't getting in trouble like crazy. I mean, every kid is going to get into some kind of mischief. Please. I mean, and if they didn't, well, that's good. You know, but I mean, speaking for myself, I mean, yeah, I get in trouble all the time for talking too much, being late for class because I was busy talking in the hallway. You know, I mean, it's like it's just part of the personality. Sometimes you know, you get sidetracked and you show up late and then you end up in school suspension, right? My parents used to be so pissed about that, you know, but I mean, like, that doesn't mean that I needed behavioral classes or school. I mean, I did well in school. I just didn't get my ass to class on time. I was told from someone who plays Minecraft, kids still can chat through Minecraft without Wi-Fi internet. Yeah, a will away. Yeah, I agree with that too, Indigo. I just don't think in Sebastian's case that's what happened, but I understand that. And see, when I look at Devlin's case, that's where I look at it differently, right? Like, yeah, I'm gonna look at the family members, right? Like me and Tamara, we go back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's different with Devlin. For one, he's a couple years older, but yes, and he had all of this access, but to adult platforms, right? The kids Minecraft, the problem with that, I agree, is that nasty cretin adults get on there and then they pretend like they're a kid and then they groom children and so on and so forth, like maybe what happened to Jonathan Wong. You know what, that's what I'm thinking could very well have happened in his case. So I absolutely think it's something. But when Chris says when we locked it down, right? So that means that Sebastian didn't have access to any of those games at all whatsoever, according to Mr. Proudfoot, which he's a liar. So is Katie, right? But according to them, he had zero access to any of that. He had a calculator and he had the phone and the texting app, right? So unless he got a phone number from someone at Seth's house and then he was talking to them on his cell phone, but he didn't even have his cell phone while he was out that day. Right? And then there would have been a digital trail of that. If Sebastian, let's just say this, if Sebastian went ahead and texted somebody before he left, right? Well, for one, there'd be footage of him. There's none, in my opinion, from what we know so far. I'm not saying there's not, because who knows? Maybe there is, that the police have. Either way, say he texted someone and erased it right away. Well, there would still be a digital footprint left behind. He didn't take his phone with him, right? It was sitting on the counter. Anybody could, any of the police officers, if they did the right thing, could have downloaded it and figured it out really quick that he was talking to someone. And I think that they would have, because that's what their assumption was. So even though they weren't criminally investigating the parents, which they should have been right off the bat, all of them, every single one of them, and everybody in the family, Seth included, all of them, every single one of them should have been checked out, No, I don't believe that, Joe. Hey, Gina, good to see you. IML says that they acted like he was super slow. Yeah, and the way Seth came out talking about him high functioning, and they came out and said he played chess, could be anyone, etc. Yeah, and I mean, and I think with the chess stuff too, I agree, IML. I think that was a major issue in terms of what Chris wanted, it was always on Chris's terms. He was trying to ground Sebastian while he was at his dad's house. So you go to the opposite parent's house in a co-parenting situation, and you expect the child to be punished over there too. It sounds like he was trying to make Sebastian hate Seth. Right? Because then what if Seth would have said, okay, we'll do that. We need to stay united as co-parents, right? So every single time Sebastian went over to his father's house, he would be grounded. So every other weekend you're grounded. Every other time that you see your father, you're grounded. Right? Thank God he didn't go with their rules. Thank God he did his own thing in his own household. Thank God for Sebastian. For him, for his best interest. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, for your super sticker. So it's just, all these things to consider, and they're trying to make us it's gaslighting. It's terrible. But here we go. I'll let this play through. I know I'm just talking away.
I mean, they took Sebastian, his grandma bought him like a tablet, like pad thing. Mm-hmm. And you know how electronics are, if they run out of juice for a long period of time, and then you plug them in and it takes, a couple minutes for it to get enough juice to show you that it's charging.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they took one of his electronics and they plugged it in, and it took 15 minutes for the computer to actually recognize that it was being charged. They turned it on, and the detective looked at it, was like, well, this hasn't been used since 2021. I'm like, yeah, he used it when his grandma gave it to him in Texas for Christmas. We got home, and he set it over there next to the charger and hasn't turned it back on, and it died. They still have that. Something that hasn't been used in 3 years is evidence that he might have been online. And when you look at it, he's got his Google account. Well, his Google account is underneath my Google account. So anything that he does on his Google account, I get an email about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get an email every week that says where he's been, what he's been looking up, everything, because it's literally a parental account.
Did he know that you could see it?
Huh?
Did he know that you could see his activity?
No.
Yeah.
To have the freedom. And if I had gotten a report and looked at it and thought, well, this is kind of, a little bit iffy, then I'd ask him about it. But most of the time, he was on YouTube watching videos. He was on YouTube watching videos. And
So what you're saying is that you gave your son some respect and you wanted him to be his own person and you were teaching him how to be independent and responsible, but you were also monitoring his and supervising him like a parent should, right? You don't just cut the child off, especially something like technology that they need in everyday life. We use it all the time. You know, oh, I'm so sorry, Joe. But, you know, um oh, you're welcome, XD. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. So you know, that's what a regular, I mean, again, people have different parenting styles, guys. I'm not the end all be all to choose which one's the best, right? But I'm just saying, like, that seems very logical to me, right? Yeah, let Sebastian think that he's unmonitored, right? But then if something comes up, let him know, like, hey, I saw this. But this isn't like there's safeguards put in place because of things that happen on the internet. And if he's monitoring everything, the Proud Feet could have done that. They just didn't want to take the time to do it. In my opinion, they're too busy riding Harleys, getting drunk, acting fools, right? Probably hanging out with hate people like they do now on the internet because they've been shunned from everybody else in the community, in my opinion. Right? Nobody wants to be associated. The police can't even put out, you know, a call for, uh, you know, new trainees or whatever you want to call them, recruits, cadets or whatever, without people in the comments being like, "Where's Sebastian?" You know what I mean? Like people are sick and tired of it. And yeah, it's easier to do it from behind a keyboard, but at least people are standing up and taking a stand. You know, that's just more than I can say for Stepfoot and Miss KK.
The worst part about it, in my opinion, is he would watch videos on how to deal with being bullied. To me, that means he's using the internet to teach himself on how to deal with problems in his life.
As a resource.
Which is what it's supposed to be. People ask questions, you got, you know, a $1,500 phone in your hand, and you can't have enough common sense to sit there and Google search it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I would take that information, and then when I had conversations with my son, I would incorporate that into my conversations. Right. Because I want to be there for him. I want to be able to teach him what I know. So that way he doesn't have to go to the internet. He's got a dad. I mean, if you look at it, the fact is that there were people in that neighborhood that knew he exists because the bus stopped and he would get on and get off, but they didn't see him. They didn't see him playing with other kids in the neighborhood. And if he didn't have internet access or any type of access in the house, then I'm sorry. I know people in jail that have internet access more than my son did.
Yeah, they do.
I agree with that, Seth. And, you know, don't forget, Katie said he had his Switch. He was playing that, you know, what's it called? Oh, the Switch. You know, I mean, that's Katie. Like, they would be like, here, go play your Switch. Go in your room, play with your Legos, you know, go sit in the corner, go in your closet. Like, I could just see it right now. It's terrible. And Seth is like trying to get him out of the, you know, out of his comfort zone, right? Playing video games online. He really liked to just play the video games. And that's one thing, you know, with kids on the spectrum, they are very much like into it, right? Not so much the socialization, just the fact that they're playing that game. So hey, Jamie Brown, good to see ya. Thanks for being here. So, you know, that's part of it. And that's just part of growing up. And again, allowing people to make mistakes. If they don't ever make a mistake, they're never going to learn. You know, some of us never learn from our first mistakes, but many of us do.
They absolutely do have internet in jail as well. People have tablets in jail. I mean, that's a thing.
Yeah.
Prison too.
I have to make sure that they all, you know, hey, come charge your tablets because I'm closing down the charge box, you know. Well, when you go into lockdown, you can either have it on the charge so that it's available when we serve breakfast, or when it dies, it dies.
You guys see that? The first video, That is Chris Proudfoot's sister, and she is taunting Sebastian. Sorry, let me just back it up a little. Look at, he says Aunt Melissa, and he's mad. He says, stop it. Aunt Melissa, stop it. And he's upset, and he should be. And why is an adult family member picking on someone like that? That's like what a cousin does. Am I wrong, guys? Because, like, yeah, me and my cousins used to pick on each other, you know? I mean, but hell, that's normal for the kids to do it. An adult? What a loser.
It does.
The court team.
He's saying stop it. He's annoyed. Look at Katie's over there too busy talking.
The game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on top. But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams, and I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today? I love it. Blue team, you think you got to be? Are you going to be our winners today? Yeah! I love it. We've got some great energy here in the studio today, and it's a special one because we're celebrating a birthday in the room as well. Say, boys, Sebastian coming up to celebrate with us today. We're gonna have a lot of fun, and I think we should get started here by putting those answers to the test with our very first challenge. They say that the building blocks of success come in many different shapes and sizes, but today we are gonna be playing with them. Our first game here is called Build It Up.
In Build It Up, teams will utilize identical sets of blocks to
Feel free to position those, grab your lip, and on your marks, get set, drop those chips. All right, and looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit. That means red team, you guys are bringing in a total of 4,000 points after chip shot. And blue team, you're going to be bringing in 1,615 points. You're going to add them to your scores. Good job, guys.
Look at that. He's coming up to tell Katie something. You can tell by the look on her face it's not something pleasant. And that bitch is recording his strife, right? Like, if that was me, I would ask her to back up. No one's doing that to my kid. And you've already been messing with him this entire time. So when Seth said that he was monitoring Sebastian's activity online and he noticed that he was Googling bullying, I wonder why. And in my opinion, this is the proof in the pudding. It might not have even been the kids at school. It could have been the kids at school on top of that he was getting bullied by the feet. Because that's what they do.
It's up to you now. Fire those bananas, drop your chip whenever you're ready. And red team, I say that's payback indeed. That one later in the 1,000 spot. Take your money back. We're gonna love this next one.
I know, it's okay.
This is our double chip.
Stop.
Wherever the double chip lands, we'll give you twice.
Okay, who's that's you?
One spot that has two chips stacked on top of each other. If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
You have to get the 200 today. No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
All right, team, that double chip.
That gives them 400.
Congratulations. And blue team, it was an important one. That double chip landed in the 0 spot.
Right. And really quick, guys, you know, Sebastian was just saying, like, hey, you need to get this much in order for us to win, right? He was like calculating what they needed to win, it seems like, from what we're seeing here. And then she's like, she doesn't have to do that. No, she doesn't. Like, why don't you let the kids play? Back up, Aunt Melissa, you little creep. Back up.
But our next chip is a special one. This one is the wager chip. It's going to work a little differently, so let me explain this. It's set. Drop those chips. Thank you very much. All right, and what's the red team? Unfortunately, that one was a miss. Blue team, that one was a hit.
Okay, so, oh, look at that. Chris Watts. Look who popped in. That's appropriate. Okay, so right there, guys, that's the whole video. So I guess they took it down and put up another one, as if like, look, we're good people. We took him for his birthday. No, you didn't. You sat there and antagonized the poor kid the whole time. So you took him for his birthday, but it's okay for you to sit there and antagonize him? Like that's really rough. That's really rough and really wrong. Really, really wrong. Oh, hell, look at Dr. Phil. All right, hold on one second, guys. I'm going to go ahead and, okay, you guys can see that. So yeah, it's absolutely insane. And then of course they dirty delete the actual video, right? And it's like wild to me, right? That they put this other video up and take out all of the parts where he's being bullied, right? And oh, Lady Freedom's a terrible person because she put it up, and by the way, we're gonna go underneath in the comments and make comments about Sebastian, right? We're gonna blame him for the reason he was getting bullied by his own family members who were older family members. They weren't kids, they weren't cousins, yeah, Google it. Exactly. Exactly, Sasha. And then I also still have that Google it, I'd like to see that on every billboard, everywhere. That would be fantastic. Because it fits, And Brenda Calver, good to see you. Another noisy place to trigger Sebastian so they could punish his reactions. Well, and it's like some kids, and you can tell when Sebastian didn't get the outcome that he wanted, it frustrated him for a little bit, right? It frustrated him for a second. And he kind of stamped his foot, right? But that's what they were trying to capture on video, because that's what makes them laugh, right? That's how they have a trollgasm, right? So they got to get off on someone else's misery, right? And it doesn't matter who it is. I'm sure she was waiting for him to react in a negative way so he can send it over to Chris and Chris could make fun of him, right? Because they've mocked him since day one. They loved bullying Sebastian Kelly, and it's so obvious. And then it's like, oh, take it down and only upload the parts that we want to. That's really messed up, in my opinion. So I wanted everyone to see the whole video, and then also what the part where, Sebastian, or excuse me, where Seth was talking about Sebastian Googling bullying, Sammy says in some L1 children, the diagnosis is missed until it's necessary in school to perform certain tasks with which the child struggles, or if a dual disorder with overlapping features exists. And thank you, Sammy, for explaining that. So I agree. And I think that's what happened with Sebastian, right? Because there were if we were to look at all of the symptoms, and I don't know, and I'm probably saying it wrong, features, like, so I'll use your terminology, Sammy. So if look at one side of the features of the rare chromosome deletion that Sebastian has, and then you look at the features of autism spectrum disorder, then you'll see some overlap, right? You're going to see the same like social emotional dysregulation issues. And then maybe Sebastian was being tested as he was getting into high school. I think that was around the time of the diagnosis. Do you guys know 100%? Or if Seth is in here, could you help us? Could you really help us out? Not like Chris Proudfoot. Let me help you out. And please, Chris Proudfoot, stay away. We don't need your help. Um, Too bad he couldn't just had a couple of friends over to play. Yeah, video games, eat pizza, cake. Yeah, aw. No, he's just with those freaks. I know. And that's the thing too. Like, I think he really enjoyed the game show. I think that was a great, and it's really crappy because it's like they pick something good that he would have liked to do and they ruined it for him. And that's what pisses me off to no end, that they would pick something fun that he likes and try to ruin it. You know? I mean, you just have to be a sick individual to do something like that, right? Hashtag no dark triad, right? And that's what those people are. Definite dark triad. They have mental issues themselves. And so I don't know why we're expecting them to act normal with this poor kid because they're not going to, you know? I said these people are not the caliber of Sebastian mentally. Well, and again, it's amazing that he had the maturity to say, Aunt Melissa, stop. You know what I'm saying? Like he was being the adult. Absolutely, Sasha. Absolutely. He was doing the mature thing and saying, stop. All right, leave me alone. That's enough, right? And he knew how to articulate that socially and emotionally, right? In a high stress situation where everybody's looking at him. He knows that he's going to be announced for his birthday. As much as some people enjoy that, a lot of people don't. I'm one of those people, right? I'm not big on surprises. I don't want like a million people to be like, ah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, I don't require a lot in that way. So I also it's odd for me. Like when people start singing to me at a restaurant, I want to like sink into the booth, right? I'm just not used to that and it's awkward. And so, he might have been, revving himself up, right? We all do that in an anxious situation and just being like, it's going to happen, but let's get it over with, right? Type of thing. But then on top of it, she's filming him and he's like, stop it. Right? Like she was bugging him before she started filming. And then she puts the camera, or her phone in his face. They went there for themselves, in my opinion. That is not a good place to take an autistic child that doesn't like loud noises. And I think it could definitely have been overwhelming, Brenda. Yeah, overstimulating. But I think he seemed to be enjoying himself if they wouldn't have been like on him. But I get what you're saying, that it may not have been the best choice. And I also think that, Sebastian could have easily made friends, but I think that if look, nobody likes Chris. I wouldn't want Chris around my kids. Period. Not even like say that I didn't even know what he did to Nina's kids. I wouldn't want him around my kids. He's a bad influence. He's not a good guy. He doesn't pronounce words correctly. I don't want those types of people around my kids, right? I want my kids to be around people who can articulate themselves, right? And then not act like they're the smartest person in the room, And it's so sad. It is sad, Jamie. It is sad. And I know a lot of the parents out there who have children on the spectrum agree. Little Miss Sharon, did you say Cuda foots? I don't know who said Cuda foots. Did I say it? I might have said it. This is what happens when I do 2 lives a day. I start getting really, but if somebody else said that, that's hilarious. I know some people do call them, I think some people do call them the cooter foots. I think they do. Um, yeah, Sebastian just was a kid. He was just living his life and he was also really intelligent. So like I think he was adding up the score and he was like, "Hey, you got to get this much for us to win," right? Like cuz he wants to win. Because and also that pressure hey Sam, that pressure of if they didn't win, then they're gonna sit there and bully him and make fun of him for not winning, right? So Sebastian's probably even trying really even harder to get that win, because if he doesn't, then they're gonna treat him worse, right? And you lost, and they're idiots, they're children themselves, and it's disturbing to say the least. I don't know, that's not how family treats each other. Sebastian behaves better than I did at that age. I was Angelica Pickles. Sam. I know, right? Like, oh my gosh, if I think back, I'm like, oh God, I was like, they want to put him in a behavioral school. It's like, oh God, where would they put me? Especially with my loud mouth. Um, that stinky fish report is all BS. There was no ribs or a body in the rivers. Oh, Stella. And that canine handler had to have had been paid to do a report like that, full of lies that just ruined the handler's credibility. Yeah. Well, and why would you release that? Is this a tit for tat? Is that what we're doing here? Because SF likes to do stuff like that, right? Like, oh, Mob Crew has a theory, and so I'm wondering if it was like I haven't been able to watch that part of the report, but I saw the report, right? But then when I saw I was like, okay, well, that report was from April. And with that being said, we would have had results back by now, in December. So I just don't get it. I think he's doing it on purpose to either act like he has more information, because I don't know when exactly Mob called him out on the BS, like, hey, if I have this footage and these neighbors told me they gave you this footage and we have the same footage, then why haven't you done shit about the cemetery lights? And then maybe he decided to, bust out his I did do a search and da 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 da, you know. But yeah, when I saw it was from April, if they're a SAR team, they're required, and actually maybe I might ask a friend of mine about that. I might have to ask a friend of mine about that and get back to, but I'm pretty sure they're held to a standard that they have to report their findings. I mean, if they find things out there, I would think they would be held to a standard, but maybe not. Maybe I don't know. If they're professional, they would. Hey, Doodle Mom. Aw. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like he's just a regular kid, and his voice is very deep in this video, right? You can hear his voice deeper, and I know Katie had brought that up on Queen Bees. Um, the Dark Triads, aka the Foot Clan. Oh my gosh, Tucci, right? In my opinion, too. ADHD children are very smart, memories like sponges. Yes, they are, Diana. That's so true. That is very true. And, everybody's just so different. There's going to be things that kids like to key in on, like even Devlin. Sorry, I had to move my table a little bit. Like even with Devlin's case, like there was certain things that he really enjoyed too. And he absolutely did not like water, is what they said. So everybody that would be like, oh, he's autistic, he must like water. There's water all over, right, in Lake Odessa. Two lakes right in town to, right there. Um, he didn't care for it, right? So we can't stereotype these kids. It's really important, or these people, that we can't just be like, oh yeah, I know all about autism spectrum disorder, because you kind of don't until you meet the individual. And it's really important when we're looking for these kids to know who we're looking for, or people. Like, if I went missing, people would probably try to say my mannerisms, my personality. There'd be things where you guys might say, well, Lady Freedom wouldn't do that. We've got a pretty good read on her, and I don't think she would do something like this or that, right? Or you guys might say, yeah, she might go there, right? She's very social, so maybe she did get to talking to somebody and it was the wrong person, right? Something like that is really important to understand. Now, some people are more standoffish, and they don't or not standoffish, how should I say, more introverted, and they don't talk to many people. So, for them to just go with a random person and they're an introvert, that's not going to probably be, on the table, which, I mean, you just never know. It might be. So good night, Miss Anne. Aw. Well, I hope you feel better soon. Get some good rest. K&S said was a fish in the water allegedly. Really, Diana? Mm. Well, we're gonna get into it. I don't know. I saw that friggin' rib cage on Evil Exists. I believe it was his channel, her channel, whoever the one that uses AI voice. I don't know. I don't know. To me, I mean, if there's a rib cage, why wouldn't they collect that? I don't know. Like I said, I'm still a little bit confused on that part. Um, but I'm excited to watch this part. So this is Guilty of a Crime, right? And her name is Jay. Very good work. Just other cases, I've watched her channel before. Um, and actually, I thought I was subbed up, but I subbed up today. So if you guys do feel so inclined, I highly recommend it. I know you guys recommended this live to me today. And so here is the link. But really, really great creator, in my opinion. So definitely check her out, sub up. Covered a lot of Maddie Soto. Maddie Soto's case is hard. That one was really difficult. And, just the content, I didn't follow it as much, but when I did watch about it, it was on her channel. So without further ado, let's watch.
Let's bring Sebastian home, guys. If we're talking today about a report that has thank you so much, Shoot for the Stars. I know what you're doing. She wants us to get to that goal. Now, Jinx, you say if he's autistic, he's in the higher end of the spectrum. He seems like such a bright boy, and you're absolutely right. And that's what bothers me so badly, because I just feel like we haven't been looking for the same person that they're describing at all. Also, they're not out looking. They're over here on the internet making fun of people and blocking people that are looking. Shoot for the Stars really wants to get us to that goal today. Mwah. Thank you so much, my friend. Now, listen, again, everything's with a grain of salt. My commentary, my channel, everything is for entertainment purposes only. Take what I give you and decide for yourself. All right? You're absolutely, hey, you know what?
I didn't know that, Shadow. That's really cool. Aw, I'm really flattered. I know she's been in the chat before, so I was like, oh, that's, so I was flattered then too. So wow, that's cool. Aw, thank you for letting me know. Gosh, see, I miss everything. Unless somebody sends it to me, then I don't, it's like, or I'm just perusing the streets or whatever, then I'll find it sometimes. But that's so cool. Awesome. So I hope I did a good job like she did. So yeah, I mean, I like the style of, the creator saying, okay, this is my opinion, but I want you guys to make up your own mind. So right off the bat, just with this live, I was like, yeah, exactly. That's what we should be doing, because as creators, we may show you guys something artistically and, it's coming from our heart, or we're presenting something, our opinions, and, but it's still important for you guys to be able to speak your piece too.
But they don't want anyone covering this case. All right. Jay, he was on a chess team at one point, won an award, FFA. This kid was going places like Maddie, and then his life gone. And in my opinion, he is no longer with us. All right. Let's bring him home, though. Let's really bring him home. Shoot for the Stars. I just love you. I wish you were like close. All right. There's no proof that he made it home. Can't take the trash out at 6:20 if they allegedly didn't make it home at 8. Major red flags. Well, there's a lot more major red flags in the next clip, James. you're probably going to be pissed off. So buckle up, grab a drink, and chill out. Don't throw anything at the computer, though. Shoot for the stars. We're almost there, my girl. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to leave that up for a minute because I believe that with 100% of every fiber of my being, I believe that statement. Now, listen. So this doesn't make sense to me. SF investigates Steve Fisher. I've been going back and forth between him at night and the different news stations. Of course, FBI. This says recently portions of a report from a search that we conducted for Sebastian Rogers involving multiple HRD K9 teams were leaked online. All right. For the sake of transparency, I have decided to release the entire report.
Okay, so here's my thing, fishy. Oh, and all of my opinions are just mine alone. You know, fish sticks. We already don't get along, so don't be running over and getting pissy with other people and being a dick. Disclaimer, right? But here's the thing: who did you leak them to? It was either someone on your team or you did it. So stop playing dumb. Somebody who had these confidential reports leaked them out, quote unquote, leaked them out. How did they get out? Right? You're not getting that shit past me, and I'm not afraid of you. So who leaked them? Because Cricket showed them on her TikTok and I sent them directly over. Right? Directly over and said, what is this? And then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. When I pulled it into my editor, I'm like, this says April. Okay, well, I mean, oh, well, there you go. UA, text, thanks. Yeah, thanks to the mom. Yeah, oh, God. Well, ding, 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 light bulb moment for me. Wow. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, and why do, yeah, okay. I'll just sit with it. I'll just sit with that one.
Now, the search was conducted, guys, in April of 2025 and involved multiple highly accredited HRD canines and handlers from out of state. Now, again, guys, I'm reading SF Investigates post to lead up to the report. All right. We're not going to go over it just yet, but I want to tell you what it's about. So this is from him and what he's saying. Now, whom I retained my discretion to assist in the search. Now, it says we also coordinated with federal authorities who granted us permission and access to closed federal land and accompanied our search efforts. Now, once the 38-page report was completed, it was immediately provided to all law enforcement and emergency management agencies involved in this case. If you have any questions regarding the report, please direct them to me. You don't contact the canine handlers. They were retained to conduct a professional search and generate a report for SF Investigates, which they did. Now, due to the confidentiality agreement, they could only respond to SF Investigates. They're professionals and they're not accustomed to, nor should they be subject to chaos and antics, guys, especially the ones here on YouTube that some individuals have brought into this case. All right.
I second that motion.
Have never stopped searching for Sebastian and never will. We have simply chosen not to publicly detail our ongoing efforts due to the actions of a small group of individuals whose behavior has caused harm and division in Sebastian's case. Now, the full report is available on the Dropbox linked here. The only redactions made are the handlers' last names, phone numbers, and email addresses because, right, we don't want people to contact them. While the information may be easy to find online, reposting it is not a flex or an act of investigation. It's a sign of disrespect and disregard for Sebastian and the professionals working to bring him home. All right, so we're going to go over that. We're going to get into all of that stuff. But what I just read to you guys, what I read about the fake reports and the division of the Sebastian Rogers case is what I'm going to start off with first. So you can see how this community has become so divided and split that people are literally suing each other. And the parents of Sebastian Rogers are telling us to shut the fuck up and stop talking about Sebastian, okay?
Exactly. They want us to just shut up and don't talk about it. And how dare we speculate, and how dare we try to find him, and how dare we do a gathering of voices, and oh my gosh, if we look and we theorize, and neighbors are giving a creator surveillance camera that they're giving, that is theirs to give. But how dare they? And let's attack the creator who was given that, right? And call him names and tell him to come out from behind his keyboard and all of this nonsense. I mean, I completely agree. This is, and then also, like, why would we bother the SAR handlers? Like, did they have something to do with Sebastian's disappearance? I mean, even on the flip side, guys, because it's not okay to do it to anyone. It just really isn't. It isn't okay to do it at all, right? But I mean, am I going to run to ask Steve Fisher a question? Hell no. He's one of the ones that likes to troll online, right? He loves to troll for Chris and Katie, right? Because he got paid $15,000, in my opinion, to do that. So I don't know. What would you do for a Klondike bar? What would you do for 15 grand? I don't know. It's a small amount, in my opinion, even though that probably changed things in my life a little bit, but not enough to make me sell my soul. A lot of people in the chat were saying the report was fake, including me. Shadow, you think it's fake? I wouldn't put it past them. I looked at that Caltopo map. I was going to review that with someone else, and I just kind of want to keep that private. But I thought to myself, I mean, why would I want to review a document or review a map when I don't agree with the one who made it, right? I don't, and it's not even that I don't agree, it's that I don't trust that person. So when trust is lost with me, it's like I lose respect, I lose any type of credibility for that person, or they lose credibility with me, more like. So and again, I might give people a second chance. Like, everybody makes a mistake. I'm not perfect, but the shit that he has done in Sebastian's case, I think it might be a fake as well, you know? Yeah. What I mean, I would hope, and that was good that he redacted that information, Sammy, because but people, they're curious. Some people would contact them with the best of intentions and just, want a question answered, and they wouldn't like hound somebody if he didn't get back to them and stuff like that. Um, or I'm talking about the handlers, but other people would attack them, So, and that's what I think was said as well. Like, I don't know, that cricket girl was doing a whole bunch of TikToks being like, I'm telling you the truth, and then she finally showed the redacted version, and now SF is putting this out, So they wanted that from the beginning, no one to look for him or find him. All true, in my opinion. I agree, Diana. Yeah, and that Caltopo map is really bad. Like, he didn't even get the right coordinates, right? Sebastian last seen, and the coordinates were off. When I saw that, I was like, I don't want to review this crap, right? Because I just don't like to do that. Like, I would just, complain about everything, right? So why even review it? They only want them to shut up because they have something to hide. I think so too, Jamie. I mean, that would be the only reason, and that would be the only reason why they wouldn't take at least 10 minutes, 5 minutes, um, to talk about their son. I mean, I'm using air quotes because, like, I don't look at Sebastian like he's Chris's son. I mean, Sebastian has a father. But Katie, as a mother, is not doing what she's supposed to do as a mother. She's up there laughing and joking and giggling and, doing her little quiet voice. But yeah, when she's laughing, buddy, I didn't have to mess with the volume at all. Right? It's just when she's saying her little things like this in the background that I have to go through and turn up the volume, mess with the rest of it. It's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous, and she didn't have anything nice to say, anything to spread awareness. Like I said, you wouldn't even know that they had a missing child, that the folks on the panel didn't have a missing child. Thank you, Holly. So, yeah, come on. It's very apparent. Like, I mean, it's obvious, it's slapping us all in the face. If you don't get it, then you're never gonna get it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're never gonna get it. You know? I feel bad for those people because they're obviously ate up. Like UA, in my opinion. Also, people drown in the Cumberland River all the time. Yeah, yeah, Raleigh Strain did. As well as there was a massive flood and people died in the flooding. That has zero to do with Sebastian. There was zero remains found of Sebastian. I think so too, Liberty. I agree. And if in the event that that was Sebastian, right? If they found any remains of his, um, we would have known, right? Because it's April. This was all done in April of 2025. So in that case, we would have already known by now, right? Especially a high profile case that the FBI has put out a $50,000 reward for. So, I mean, there's something super fishy, right, about this whole situation. And look who's at the precipice of all of it. Mr. Steve Fishy Fisher Fish Sticks himself, right? So for us to believe him, I'm like, oh, here we go. Let's buckle up and let's talk about it, because it's out there, and I think it's important for people to call it out. Hey KJ Mac, good for Dolly. Good for Dolly for calling that out, Holly. Yes, that's fantastic. Like I said, I don't watch Dolly anymore, but I will say that, I mean, hey, if people are doing good, I'm gonna applaud that. I don't care if I disagree, don't like them or anything like that. I'm fair with people like that. They don't have to be fair with me like that. They're not going to be. But I am fair about it. CP stated in the beginning that if we all knew what Sebastian did, they wouldn't look, yeah, they wouldn't look for him either. And that's right there. She landed him in cuffs, red flags. I think it was on the Truth's panel. Yeah, I do know that they were campaigning against Sebastian. Like they were running a full smear campaign on this child. I know for a fact they were, and they were also trying to set Seth up, right? They were also trying to manipulate Seth, send people over to gather information from him. And that is like really gross, right? Again, how could you do something like that, to the father of a missing child? And they have to deal with their own crap. His favorite color is green too, right, Shadow? I know. I have a special place in my heart for Riley too. I think a lot of people do. A lot of people cared a lot for Riley. Um, and it was absolutely tough. That is another mother who does what a mother does when they're in the situation, right? Like she was beside herself. She handled herself very well, and she just fought for her son. I mean, they drove right up from Springfield, Missouri, or over, as you know, as soon as they could to Nashville, right when they found out, right? And that's what parents do. And then they're in the cameras not for the notoriety, right? But in order to spread awareness, his mother's face was showing every single sign of, bereavement, of disbelief, of worry, of, I mean, it was just gut-wrenching, right? But that's to be expected in a situation like that. Katie was laughing her ass off. I mean, it was so sickening, it drained me. It sucked all the energy and life out of me to where I was, like, utterly disgusted, and then I went over and took a break and checked out Jason. I was like, "Oh, thank God." You know? Because it just really does. It's draining to deal with these people and to deal with people that enable these people, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Did they allow SF in the home with those dogs? Okay, Jay, I'd have to say no, but I'm not 100% on that. Hey, SI officer, I don't, I just don't think so. Yeah, he said LE knows everything. So what are they doing about it, right? So what did they do about it? They obviously, I mean, did they gather the information? I guess we should just watch. But I'm like, this doesn't make any sense thus far. So I'll just say that. I'm not making any major connections with Mr. Fishy over here.
And I say that with the utmost respect to all of you. Okay. So before I get into anything, I'm going to show you the division so you understand. And then again, I'm going to talk about the report. I'm going to tell you that most of it I don't quite believe, but I'll tell you what I think. I love when you cover Sebastian. Patty, thank you so much for the $3 and the beautiful comment with the nice green heart. Agree, both are guilty. Too fucking bad, stonk feet. All right, well, y'all listen up because we're getting into it. And I gotta tell you, I covered the Maddie case, and we were getting into dangerous territory before the trial came. Now, had there not been a trial, I think that the Maddie Soto case would have become this as well. And the reason I say that to you is because it was happening to me. The threats were happening. People wanted me to shut up. People wanted me to stop talking about Jen Soto and Maddie. They're calling me a grifter because I wouldn't shut the fuck up. And they went on other platforms to shut me down and stop me from saying hashtag arrest Jen Soto. It was becoming rough. And it made me shy away from the case. And even today, when I cover Maddie Soto, I gotta be very aware that I'm going to be attacked somehow, some way. Right. Indy says, I don't think I'd ever tell Jay to shut the F up. Well, they tell me in a different way than that. All right. Alice.
Well, and see, that's the thing. And it's very weird. Some of these trolls can be like super, well, just obviously they can be overboard, they like to go real life. You just expect the attacks. Like today, after my live stream this afternoon, I had five different screenshots from my live, which I'm not used to getting that. But since I've been talking so much about Sebastian's case, right, you kind of expect that. And I'm like, okay, well, the trolls are going to be heavy, but I hate that just because someone is smart enough to look through the bullshit, and to see right through it, and to seek out the truth and to share the truth as it is, right, or as they see it, um that's concerning. It just really is. And they're super, I just can't even explain how creepy they are about it, right? It's just like, oh, I don't know. It's just super hard to explain. So I'm sorry she ever had to go through this. Brenda, thank you so much. She says towards the goal, Sebastian Strong. Aw, thank you, Brenda Calvert. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, and again, guys, we're gonna do some fun stuff, and I'll make sure that we do a nice giveaway for that too, because I really appreciate you guys helping out and stuff like that. Um it just makes things a lot easier on me, right? Because um, you know, I don't have Barbecue Lady to come in here and give me, 5,000 memberships a pop every live. So no, I'm just kidding. Hey, that's up to her to do that if she wants to.
Said P, love y'all. You make me laugh when you say it. Love you, Jay. Y'all. I love y'all. All right, listen. You guys are gonna get a little bit pissed, but let's go into this and remember, on this side of the YouTube, we're here for Sebastian Rogers, and that's it. Now we showcase Deception Detective quite a bit, and you guys know I use his cards and I push them, right? And yeah, they're expensive. It was $80 for the deck or $30 for an online app. But the people are discrediting Deception Detective in this video just because he sells cards for $80, which is the most wild shit I've ever heard to get people to shut the fuck up. All right, so let's keep going. Here's the division in YouTube regarding Sebastian, and then we're going to get into the report and everything else. All right, listen for yourself. Last time we listened to Chris and Katie threatening and talking shit to the private eyes that were trying to help them find Sebastian for free. Let's go. And everything is in my description so you can find these people and these channels.
And just like Dog the Bounty Hunter and everyone else who's been working for free to try to figure out what happened to Sebastian, Chris isn't very grateful. In fact, here's the thanks Mob Crew got from Chris on a live stream not long ago.
You know what? I even went in and told Mob Crew that when he was sitting there talking all that, and there was a whole bunch of shit he was saying. I can't remember what all he said, but I went in there and said, well, if you really want to know that bad, why don't you go in there? Why don't you ask him? He's got no problem speaking to you.
Well, I got Mob Crew a better one. You want to look at your videos very carefully. You want to get them done correctly. Get off your damn computer and bring your ass down here and come find me.
I mean, he wants to start a fight with. Why would he want to start a fight with somebody making videos about finding Sebastian? All right, that is Chris Proudfoot, and yes, guys, he is on a platform on YouTube that provides crama, which is true crime drama. Gaslighting like a motherfucker, telling
Exactly. And I just want to point out too, guys, I don't know if there's a date on this, but this was not just recently. This was when Chris was, examining the flashlight videos, right, SI officer? Right. And this was back then, right? So, that's the thing, right? Because they were really upset about that. Like that was like next level, pissed off. So I just kind of want to point that out, that this was not this last time they were up on Queen Bean's panel, but I mean this was a while back, talking about the flashlight video, Nick Barris video.
Creators like Mob Crew to shut the fuck up, and why don't you suck on the end of a barrel while you're at it, instead of being on the platform and saying, now that I have 2,000 people watching me, please help find Sebastian and hand out the flyers. But instead he wants to start fights with Mob Crew.
I agree, and I think it's disgusting that those people have thousands of people in their chat echoing what's being said here, and they don't take that opportunity. But Seth has to go into chat to reach that many people, right? Because like if he comes in here, there's 94 people in here, and I'm grateful for every single one of you, right? And also I'm a newer channel, right? We're building up and everything like that. So I'm not down about it or anything. I'm glad you guys are all here. I love having the group that we have. But what I'm trying to say is that the Proud Feet are just squandering a chance to reach all of those people, right? And many of them, yes, they do know about Sebastian, but maybe some of them don't, right? Because a lot of them are in there, like she said, for crama, right? They just want the true crime drama, but if they were to make a plea for Sebastian, talk about Sebastian while they're up there, but they don't take that opportunity. Instead, they bash Mob Crew and, in my opinion, threaten him. And if it was me, I would nip it in the bud really quick. Like all of this that was chronicled, right, and all of that, I would get it right over to law enforcement. I think that he probably did, but I'm just saying, that way it's documented, because these people can't be getting away with this, right? That there is no reason for that level of disrespect at all. And Chris wants a public apology. Yeah.
What? I don't get it.
And I'll walk with you on every part of this road and walk with you on every part of your video. We had no problem with it. But when you sit behind the damn keyboard and you do the shit that you're doing, if you play with fire, you're liable to get burned. You might want to reconsider some of the things he's doing right now. because he potentially may have a bigger issue down the road.
Yeah, keep finding ways. The only way to get mob.
We may have a bigger issue down the road. Really? I mean, that's a threat. That's a threat, the bubblegum cop. Snug Strugs. He loves to get down with that big chew. He likes Bubblicious. Maybe we can send him some Bubblicious and he can find Sebastian. Jeez. But yeah, I mean, and those are the things that he says. And guys, when he does that too, he gets that real like low voice and oh, I'm gonna get you. Like he is creepy. Okay. CP is creepy.
Over here, the fucking point flashlights all over the place.
Well, tell him I'll run outside with a flashlight right now if it helps him.
I mean, they're literally just making fun of this while Sebastian has been missing for almost 2 years. All right. I don't care if it's Mob Crew he's talking about. I don't care if it's freaking some newcomer that comes up and calls himself Humpty Dumpty. You don't disrespect people like that. And when you have a platform, you use it to find your missing child. This is despicable, in my opinion. That's why this case has gotten the way it is, because you can't talk about it without getting threatened from other YouTubers. And by the way, these other YouTubers are felons. They're criminals. They're tied to pedophiles. I'm telling you, they're the worst of the worst. And that's where these people are sitting. What? Yeah, take your own advice, mother. Makes no sense.
Yeah, and I agree. And that's the thing, you know, they will not talk to any other channels that don't support the Krama channels, right? I mean, yeah, they talked to a few in the beginning, but they're not going to sit down and, you know, be real with anybody except for the Krama channels, because they're not going to ask them, right? Sharon, they're not going to ask them any of the hard questions because they already know the answers. They know who they're going to bat for. That's every single one of those haters. They know who they're going to bat for. They don't need to ask any more questions. They've already asked the nastiest of the nasty questions that they possibly could to a mother. I'd have slapped the shit out of somebody's talking about that to me. You know, come on. No. No, and I don't have a son, so I don't really know. I don't have a frame of reference, so to speak. But yeah, no, mothers and sons don't do that. Not on a normal level. So what brought them to that question? You know, in my opinion, KJ Maxx says Foot doesn't use platforms to help find Sebastian because he wanted him out of the house in the first place. His goal is met. Check mark. Yeah, I found it interesting. I saw a comment from Body Movin' talking about how Sebastian's parents didn't want him, and I don't know if she's talking about all three, or if she's just referring to the feet. But I found that to be very interesting that she conceded the point, right? Because she kind of stays neutral, I think. But that's a big one to you know, to get on board with, right? That she believes that Sebastian wasn't wanted by his mother. That's sick, you know? Yeah, justice for Nuke, and they're okay with it. They're okay with it. You know? It's there's something really, really backwards, you know, and I just can't put my finger on it. I just think that the drama community interwoven with the true crime community is the reason for it, right? So like all these trolls been knowing each other for years and years, and they've been good friends for years and years. They all got each other's back, right? Because they're just lonely little trolls and they don't have anybody else in their real lives, in my opinion. You know, and that seems to be the big issue, right? That there's so many, you know, thousands right over there. Because yeah, you can buy subscribers, sure, but you're not, it's gonna reflect your numbers, right? Like there's particular creators that their numbers are super high, but their chat is very low. So you know that a lot of those subscribers have been bought, right? And I'm not knocking it. You do whatever you can to network and build your brand and market yourself. Get it. You know what I mean? Do the best you can do. But it will reflect. Now when we talk about somebody like Queen Bee, for example, right? She has 1,000 people in her chat, no doubt. And I'm not saying she doesn't work it, right? She can do what she wants to do. It's her channel. She does her, do you. Again, build your brand. Whatever you want to be it. But there has to be something to that creepy community, that drama community, right? Where they just live, thrive, and love it, and they're all trolls. All of them are trolls. Not a single person in there um isn't a troll, and there's thousands of them. It's it's super creepy. I'm just saying. Okay, I'll stop.
He'll track it down for next year. He'll grift off that fucking flashlight for the next year.
Oh, I'll tell
Lord.
real simple.
See that
You
little
chicken
bitch,
shit
motherfucker.
motherfucker, get your ass off behind your fucking computer. Bring your ass out here and let's go and walk and let's look at where you think what you think you see is. I'd be more than happy to walk with your ass, but you got.
Okay, so this was most recently. I'm sorry, I just want to point that out really quick. Most recently, this was said a couple days ago over on the Buzz.
to get out behind your fucking keyboard first, bitch.
I'm just buffering. Oh, look, I broke the internet. I'm just kidding. I'm not that arrogant. Okay, here we go. Can you guys see that? Okay, yes. Here we go.
That's exactly right. You gotta get your ass out from behind that goddamn keyboard. That's why you got a stomachache all the fucking time because you sit there talking shit too much.
Why would anybody go to those creators unless you wanted to hide something? Now, Mob makes CP nervous because he knows the mob is smart enough to find the mistakes. And that is exactly what happened with Madeline Soto in the Madeline Soto with Stefan and Jen Soto, and why they had no idea that it was going to be picked up on an international level. All right. And yeah, this is just, no way, no how. I don't want anything to do with any of these people. Now they might come for me. Total Avit, bro. Queen Bee is a freaking female felon creator. From what I was told, I watched a report. Somebody dug out her past, and boy, does she have a past of drug dealing and fighting people. And she has no shame in telling you that she'll kick your ass and fuck you up and kill you and I mean, these people threaten on a daily basis, and I don't know why YouTube even allows this.
I agree 100%. And why would Chris and Katie, as former military, right, or active reserves, whatever the hell they are? Hey, Mitty, welcome in. Why would they associate with somebody named Queen Bee Escobar? I mean, she puts it on there, Escobar, right? So what's up with that? I've wondered this myself. Hey, Cinderella. So what's the deal? Why would they go to these people if they weren't just like them, right? But we know that Katie has RSOs in her family. We know that and disclaimer, it's not your fault if you have an RSO in your family, right? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's family members on both sides of the aisle. And Sasha, this reminds me of your question earlier. Yes, it's to the best of my knowledge that Seth does know the person who perpetrated SA on Sebastian in California. And to the best of my knowledge, it wasn't Katie's uh, cousin-in-law or whatever. But that makes me wonder if that person has ever had access to Sebastian after the fact, right? And we know because of victimology, and some of us know from personal experience that once that happens to you, it's more likely that it will happen to you again by another, that it could happen to you again, excuse me, by someone else, right? Because it puts you in a vulnerable position, right? So sometimes history repeats itself. We'll just put it that way, especially when you're made to be around predators, you know?
Them walk around.
And I'm very curious. I've heard somebody sent me a thing that he's trying to raise $1,400 for
Oh,
some
he did. Oh, he did.
special thing.
He raised 2,200.
Oh, okay.
That's 25. Sorry.
Mob crew. Well, I have a challenge for you.
That's false. He raised like 24 and some change. But what's it to them, right? What happened to their fundraiser, right? So maybe we just be quiet about fundraisers. But no, they can't, because heaven forbid anybody's trying to find Sebastian.
Bubba. Show where every fucking penny of it went.
Oh no!
How about that?
No, it gets better. It gets better. No, I forgot to tell you. Hold on. He can't tell you where it's gonna go, or how it's gonna get spent, or who it's gonna get spent on, or when. But just know.
All right, listen, guys, you guys don't know these. Thankfully, you don't want to be in this toxic side of YouTube. This is Queen Bee on the left. So Total Avit Bro asked if that was a male. No, her name is Queen Bee. She's a female. And then we got Cluminati right next to her. Then CP, that's Chris Proudfoot, my friends. And you've got some chick named Emily and Gray. Now they're always sitting on that side. And whenever they want to pop up and come on there, that's what they do. All right. That's what they do. They come on and they bully people and they threaten people and they play their stuff and they torture and harass them. All right. Yeah. Never go to that channel, please, because I promise you will not be happy. Now, Chris and Clue are the ones that I showed you last time where Chris dressed up like Seth and mocked Seth for looking for Sebastian. All right. He dressed up as Seth and they called him a fat pig and they made all kinds of bad things up about him, etc. Mama, what's up? I'm relatively new here. Maybe my second time. Thank you for covering this and bringing awareness to Sebastian. You've done an amazing job on the Maddie Soto case. They failed this job as a parent. I agree and welcome, Mama. Keep coming back, won't you? All right. So hopefully you understand this a little bit better. I don't want you to go over to anybody that you see on here because I assure you, you won't like it.
And it's going to get spent on Sebastian.
Well, just know, and I'm telling you flat out,
we want the fucking receipts.
He can do whatever the fuck he wants. But I'm going to tell you just like I've told everybody else. You set foot on my fucking property, one fucking hair. Not only will you be trespassed, but you better pray to God they get here before I get my hands on you.
It makes me want to, get some hair out of my hairbrush. And then when I drive past the Proudfoot's house, just throw it on their grass. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. But really, like that's what the animosity does, right? It just kind of like revs each other up, right? Like Chris Proudfoot loves to cause that shit. He just loves it. Right? Because I would like to just like take my hairbrush and like get a good hairball going, you know what I mean? And then I would just like to throw it out there and say, my hair's on your grass, So, and it really makes me want to go like touch my foot, my hey dude, to like a blade of grass, right? But that's what it makes me want to do. And I'm only kidding, guys. Don't do that. Don't throw hairballs at the proud feet. But it just incites that, right? We talk about poking the bear. Well, I mean, Chris Proudfoot's good at poking all the bears out there, and we're all mama bears. So, he's poking the mama bears, And it is evil. It is evil in my opinion, Jamie. Just that tone um is triggering, you know?
Can you imagine being on a panel for 7 hours talking shit about other creators and not putting up one picture or saying one time, please help me find my stepson and my son Sebastian? Right? Thought criminal? Exactly.
Backwards, with their ass cheeks spread wide the fuck open. So, you can play that shit for that bitch to you. That's the part you really want to fucking know. She ain't had her fucking feelings crushed, but I'll do my minimum to fucking destroy her fucking feelings. Because quite honestly, that bitch needs to close her fucking mouth before she stuff a whole goddamn turkey in.
Why would you say any of that? Why would you say to shut your goddamn mouth to any creator? Why would you say that unless you're getting nervous? All right, Chris Proudfoot's up there, and why is he threatening others? That's what I want to know. I'm asking the same question. All right. I mean, police aren't doing anything, so that's why we're bringing it here. And I don't want a side taken other than bring Sebastian home. And yet,
I agree with that. Exactly. And and it's not even about sides, it's about the awful way that Chris is acting, right? I'm trying to think of when Chris did this. I'm trying to think of when he went off like this. And I can't recall what exactly was going down at that time period. If you guys could help me out a little bit, you know? Thank you, Justice for Nuke, right? Yeah, yeah, she's very much, like, on point, and thank you, and it's just, like, making really good points. I'm trying to think, um, of what was going on at this time that he was so PO'd, and this is him threatening Brittany, and Brittany is a girl, obviously she's a girl, right? She's a mom, she's got little kids, and he's over there threatening her. It's the darndest thing I've ever seen. But yeah, I'm trying to think of what was going down that caused this, because I remember then Seth got on with Josh and called him a little bitch and said he has a small member, stuff like that. But look, he was going off,
Yes, Deborah, the more and more I ask these questions, the more and more I tell you to make your own decisions on this case.
Chick-fil-A on the way down. And hell, by doing it, she might actually do something good for her kids and her husband.
Boom, SA officer, 100%.
Listen to this fucking bitch. Run her mouth about me, my wife, my family, anybody else out there. When that bitch ain't she ain't fucking arranged, she ain't a goddamn person. Fuck her.
So, and another piece of news for sniffers on the scene.
All right, so this is the third creator that he's now insulting. Again, they didn't do anything personal to them. They're looking for Sebastian and they're making suppositions like we do on YouTube. Now, these people are allowed to make suppositions. They can suppose that you're a piece of shit. They can suppose that they think you're on drugs. They can suppose that you're not a good mom. They can suppose that they want you to suck on the end of barrel of a shotgun, but you can't suppose that you want to find Sebastian and find out what really happened or what his personality really is, or to spread awareness or to hand out flyers. We can't do any of that, but they can go around wrecking people's mental health and doing this. Again, this is a third creator. This is a 7-minute clip. And we're already at 3 creators that he's literally bullying and threatening.
Oh yeah, and also I want to also say that if you watch Silver's content, the only thing that he has tried to do was go and search out the truth, right? So Chris is angry with him because he went over to Horn Lake and was looking around and asking around at the at Chris's job, he was interviewing people, right? But that's just part of what we do as a YouTuber, right? That actually wants to find the truth out. You go and you find the source, right? And then you consider the source and you say, that person seemed pretty credible. Or, you know what? That person didn't seem credible to me, right? And you're supposing, right? All of this information, just as Jay is saying, really well said. And also, there was no direct attacks on Mr. Proudfoot or Katie. Like, he doesn't even do like the silly stuff that I do with the videos, right? Like, yeah, I do silly stuff with my videos, but Silvers doesn't do that, right? So why would they go on and attack him for looking for the truth or for what people have felt comfortable telling him? Because these people also have to trust us creators to talk to us, to conversate with us, to give us the time of day, right? They could just be like, no, I don't want to talk to you, right? That's none of your business. Or no, I don't, I'm not going to say anything. But when it comes to a missing child, a lot of people think twice about that and they want to help. So why do they not want people to help? It's trash, right? It's like, it's completely trashy behavior, in my opinion, right? So let's listen.
What? Why does YouTube allow this?
You're too stupid to realize the day you pulled in the cul-de-sac that I was in the car directly behind you. So you obviously are not very observant for shit.
Jesus Christ.
And I will publicly come out and say I'm the one that called the fucking cops on you when you were down there in Horn Lake, Mississippi, across the place from the RV place trespassing.
But listen, guys, if we call the cops on anybody, we're pieces of shit. You're going to torture us the rest of our lives if we are afraid because you're threatening and we say we're going to call the cops. We're going to get an RO on you, and then you're the worst person in the world. But them, they're just laughing about it. Ha, ha, ha. I was behind you, and I called the cops, motherfucker. Now, go put a... I mean, this is just disgusting. And it's such a freaking hypocritical stance to take. It makes no sense. I just can't understand why anybody's throwing their money at these people. I don't get it.
You dumbass.
I remember that. I remember that. I'm glad you did. Good. Little asshole.
Well, you got ran off out of there. Those people wouldn't tolerate that shit.
Fucking around. Go on and get the fuck on down the road. You know?
And trust me, Silvers, I got pictures of your car. I ain't afraid to tell you.
Hell yeah, and with the license plates, hopefully too.
Oh, VIN number, license plate?
Yes.
Okay,
no problem.
VIN number, license plate. This is all a joke, but you're right, Jacqueline. Just the foul language and the abuse and the harassment. That's not what you said. I'm saying that. But imagine the language that we're hearing on a public platform against creators, but you think that Sebastian was treated well? You think they didn't torture him mentally? You think they didn't bully him?
Yeah. Another one that was too chicken shit to have a conversation.
Did he have a shovel?
Oh, him, his wife, and his sidekick. His throuple, they were out there in that house, in that field. Yeah, he had a shovel with him.
Oh, okay. No, I'm talking about when he was there just recently.
Oh, when he was behind him?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Oh, no. This was back when they did the yard sale. He pulled up in the cul-de-sac.
Oh.
And he stopped. I didn't realize that my car was actually behind him.
I got you.
Because he was actually...
Yeah, and I really do think that Silvers was onto something, and people again were telling him information that was valid, right? A lot of the people didn't Poppy Love? Sorry guys. Did something happen to Poppy Love? I think she's got a wrench. I don't No, I don't see her in the chat. Hang on, Chuchi. I will text you. Yeah, she shouldn't have been able to get blocked by anybody, well, besides the managers. Oh no, were you timed out, Mitty? I'm sorry, hon. It might have been a mistake. I'm sorry about that. Hey, Star. Okay, there's Poppy. Okay. I'm here just listening. Okay. Alrighty. Hey, Tori.
I think live driving in front of a house, like passing the Proudfoot's house.
Oh no, he was live passing the Proudfoot's house. Let's call the cops and make his life miserable. And then we'll go on these platforms and bully the hell out of any creator that we want. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
I will never forget me and Crabtree walking around and Clue walking around in the damn woods up at the top of the hill on over that and going into that ravine. And we had walked it before, we walked it again, and they kept running into these little fucking holes. And I'm like, who is digging these holes? And Crabtree said, Silver's.
If I don't play the music, then we can't hear it. I didn't create this video and I don't go on their channels and I don't clip their stuff. So I apologize. But the reason the music is so loud, Rebecca, is because when we clip or anybody clips their channel, they strike. A strike means your channel can go away after 3, but they play everybody's content all day long. Right? No hypocritical anything here. Nothing to see. Keep moving.
We'll see for how long.
Yeah.
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opened his fucking mouth. I promise you, it will never open again.
Lovely.
If Seth opens his fucking mouth, I promise you he'll never open his mouth again. Well, I gotta ask you, what changed from the time Sebastian went missing to before, when you guys had perfectly fine what is that? They had divided time and everything was fine. There was no arguing. They got along just fine. They split it. Seth got Sebastian when it was his time, and Sebastian was going to live with Seth right before this happened. Yeah, even threatening the Biofod. That they hate Seth. They make fun of Seth for asking for people's help.
Right. And they also, well, Chris Proudfoot directly threatened Robin, right? He had a problem with Seth's sister making the GoFundMe, right? So there was plenty of hate, right? And also Bobby the neighbor was threatened. So was her son's girlfriend, right? I know who you are. I know your exact first and last name, and I'm going to go tell your parents. And what if that little girl said, well, my dad could kick your ass? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, just being a smart ass. Chris he really goes overboard, right? With his statements, and him saying that about Seth. That's like, okay, so what would you do to make someone never be able to open their mouth again? Like, that to me is a threat against Seth's life, in my opinion. So, hey, Kitty Hawk. Yeah, I mean, so like what else, how else do you take that type of a threat? Right? Because if someone's like, hey, I'm gonna knock you out, right? You get knocked out, you're gonna get back up again. you know, arguably. Um, but he's saying he's essentially saying that if Seth opens his mouth again. Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian Rogers Stepfoot, is saying that if you say anything else again, Seth, you're not ever going to say anything again. Right? Directly, not a threat, a promise almost. You know? Yeah. And I agree with Jay too. What happened to the great co-parenting relationship that y'all had before this? Because I don't think that's the case. And I think that Chris Proudfoot wanted to threaten Seth, right? And he thought that he was going to be able to strong arm Seth and keep him quiet. And hey, we're all going to be on the same page and we're all going to go on the different platforms together. And Seth was like, no, because I don't trust you guys. Because all of Sebastian's shoes were there when I came in. Katie's putting her phone in my face, showing me a picture of Sebastian saying, look, he was happy. You got Mama Socks talking about her jewelry collection, that Chris owes her some jewelry. Oh, no, no, no. And Seth, even though they like to downgrade him like they like to downgrade Sebastian, it didn't work, right? It didn't work. Seth was so keen to everything that was going on and remembered small details like, well, and I guess it's not even a small detail, but how about when he was first notified that Sebastian's missing, don't be mad, right? What if this goes south? Things like that. Oh, I wouldn't trust the other side at all. I don't care if we had, sunshines and rainbows every time we saw each other and everything was great with the kids. You lose my kid and then you start acting weird and asking me questions like, what if this goes south and all the shoes are there, all these things? No way. But they expected Seth to just be okay with all of it. IML, Seth is a sheriff, right? He is a correctional officer, right? That is always that is trained to always be on top of his game because he's dealing with criminals, right? um Innocent until proven guilty, but I mean they're there, right? They're serving time for a crime. So I mean he's got to watch himself all the time. So oh good, Mitty, I'm glad. Yeah, because I can see you too. I'm sorry about that. Thank you guys. CP is lying. They've never had a good parenting relationship. I think at certain points they might have, Kitty Hawk, but you know what's crazy is that things happened in California. We know that, right? We won't get into it, but that would have thrown a huge wrench in the situation, right? It would just throw a wrench in the situation because then I wouldn't trust the other parents with my child. I wouldn't. As a matter of fact, that would be grounds for me to go for full custody, right? But it's not as easy. And since Chris and Katie like to lie and play the system, they would probably charm a judge, which is sad. Look, there were 5 CPS reports. 5. And they got away with it every single time. And they're still getting away with it. You know? Yeah, Stella. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, that is, I mean, and maybe I might look at that as a couple ways. Star says, "Don't be mad." Portrays a sense of guilt about what though? Yeah. So like, yeah, what do you? Why would I be mad at you if Sebastian just ran away? Like that's not a reason for me to be mad at you, right? And if there was evidence to support that, then I don't think Seth would be angry with Katie, right? There might be a little bit of resentment, like how could you, especially if Sebastian did wander around, right? Like how could you not have the precautions, right? Like, on the house and things, because I would imagine if that was something that Seth would have to worry about, he would Well, for one, he wouldn't be leaving Sebastian to take care of himself while he's at work. And neither would Katie, right? But we never heard of that either until much later on. That Sebastian was, coming home off the school bus, coming in, letting himself in. We used to call it a latchkey kid, right? But Sebastian's high tech. He's got the keypad, right? When we were growing up, we thought that was futuristic, like far off, but yeah, they have the keypad lock. He's got a code for it, everything. So, yeah, he did just fine. And in my opinion, if he was going to take off and do anything like that, he would have done it then. That would have been the smart time to do it, right? And he might just do that and run off from Seth's house. In my opinion, if he was going to do something like that, he would do it at Seth's house because he had more access to people, right? But we know that this child had zero access, according to Stepfoot and his mother. He had zero access to people. And then you have people that are like, well, I think that he was abducted. What? Really? You do? By who? Aliens? Right? Ghosts came and grabbed him up? I mean, come on. No. If there's no evidence of that, and again, there's no proof that he even made it home. None whatsoever, unfortunately.
And all they worry about is money, and more money. They worry about everybody else's money and how much they're making, while people are throwing hundreds at them at a time in super chats. Go figure. All right, so I had to get into that a little with you. I just need you to see where this case stands and why people don't want to cover it, and the ones that do cover it, trust me, they pay for it. Why is so afraid of Seth saying? That's what I want to know. That's straight up a threat. I mean, he straight up threatens creators, you guys. You just heard that. He threatens creators. He tells them to put a shotgun in their mouth, the barrel of a shotgun, and pull the trigger. If that's not a threat and YouTube doesn't find that threatening, well, then I'm going to stop saying unaliving and just get to the dirty words, right? If they can talk like that, why can't I say when a child is murdered? Or why can't I say when there's a double homicide? I'm not going to do that. These people can sit there and get monetized and make threats. And I'm just trying to relate a case. Yes, Rebecca.
Yeah, I like to put standing ovations from Bill Murray in my videos when somebody just says something that's so profound and powerful like this. And I would put the Bill Murray gif right here for Jay, because she's spot on, and it's anybody that's like intelligent, that is looking at it logically, that is, considering all the facts, right? It's mind-boggling. It doesn't make any sense. And it's I'm laughing, but it's because it's so uncomfortable, right? I'm not going to sit up here and cry or get overly pissed, but it's humorous, right, to a certain extent. Me too, as I have said. And the thing is that people will come into my chat and they'll be like, well, how dare you blame Katie? You have no proof. And it's like, well, I'm just going off of the experts like Peter Hyatt, Pat Brown, Chris McDonough, people that I look up to. You know what I'm saying? And every single one of them have said that there's major issues with the Proud Feet story, right? They've keyed into different pieces of the interview, and the late great Peter Hyatt even said Katie holds the key. Katie holds the key. So it's not just my thinking. Oh, and I can't forget our resident hottie, deception detective, right? And he backs everything up. He has supporting evidence, right? And these are all people who are trained in this sort of detection. And again, I know that you guys are, some of you guys are maybe fans of nerdy, some of you aren't, but I will say that when he had Susan Constantine on there, I thought people were, I mean, I think people were shitting literal bricks in the chat, right? Because a lot of them wanted him to believe the proud fee and jump on board, with the whole situation. Chris thought he was smarter than Nerdy, even though that's the reason why he probably wanted to work with him, is because he's a smart guy. But Chris even thinks he's the smartest one in the room. And that's part of his narcissistic personality disorder, in my opinion. Delusions of grandeur take over, and he thinks that he's going to, get one of the computer guys that is like super smart and tech savvy, and he thinks that he's going to manipulate him onto his side, right? And then that didn't happen. And then Susan Constantine comes in with her analysis, and she's like, well, the computer spit out that it's like 52%. Oh Lord. She said 52%. It was just insane. And I was just like, and everybody's arguing in the chat, right? Like the chat's going wild, he's kind of like here where we allow people to have differences of opinion, and as long as you're being respectful to each other, right? Like we get a little heated sometimes in here, but it's a debate style. It's not like, people like, you're stupid. And, like they're actually putting points back and forth to each other and discussing. And that's what was happening. But, I was like reminding people, hey, they just said they just said the proud feet 52%, they're saying they're telling half truths. Anybody paying attention, which I thought was funny. Yeah, I do too, CC. Like, I mean, I just like, I like different opinions, and I respect people that have, an intelligence about them, when, it's something that, yeah, I'm a little tech savvy, but not really, right? Like he just reminds me of some of the guys I used to work with at a software company that are just super smart with computers, right? And those people are smart, like with math and numbers and things like that. And so for Chris Proudfoot to think that his dumb butt is going to get one over on Nerdy, it just really, it again, it's humorous.
All right, now let's get into this. Again, take this with a grain of salt. This DNA canine report, in my opinion, is just them coming up with content. And if there is human remains, which I respect the one of the creators that I'm about to watch, that I'm going to show you, but also I respect my own opinion in saying that, well, I'll tell you what I think when we get there. Chicky, what's up? Stumble across the channel, subscribe. Thank you for covering these vile people that should not be allowed on YouTube. And I agree. If I knew what I was getting into, guys, I would never have become a creator on YouTube. So I am happy that I didn't know about this toxicity before I became a creator. I never would have. I would have stayed far away from it.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't get this far into the interview when I watched it originally. Because when I started watching it, I was like, oh, this would be really good to review. I feel the exact same way. I've actually said that before. And then people are like, what do you recommend for me to do? I was like, I'm not recommending anybody. I'm not trying to inspire nobody. None of it, because it's a siege. It's a blood-sucking energy vampire of a fuck shit system, this YouTube. It is. And I'm sorry, it just is. And I'm just glad to see that somebody else, sees that, recognizes it, and but it does suck you in, because you care about the cases and you realize that there's so much fuck shit going on that you almost feel, in my opinion, I feel like if I wasn't to do this, then people wouldn't be getting good information and people wouldn't be getting the truth, because it's so saturated with bullshit. So well said, Jay. I agree 100%. And those friends of mine that I've talked about this to know that I've said this before.
It's not easy, guys. All right, let's go.
The case of missing teenager Sebastian Rogers is very close to my heart. I have followed it from the day he vanished, and I don't believe that this child just decided to walk out of his home in the middle of the night and vanish. There is no evidence of him doing so either. He left all his personal belongings behind too. Some shocking documents were floating around online yesterday, and SF Investigates, the private investigator working on the case,
Yeah.
decided to release the entire report. I was mind blown by some aspects of the report, which included information about how canine dogs hid on certain areas nearby Sebastian's house. Let's get into this report piece by piece. On the first page, there is an objective listed, which states,
All right, so we're going to go over this together, but I just want this is what brought my awareness to the actual SF Investigates, because I don't watch those people. The only reason I even know who they are is because freaking Dolly Vision, he did Turtle Island, and I had the not so much of a pleasure of being kicked off Turtle Island by all these people. All right, Jay, I started on true crime when Summer went missing. It was nothing like it is now. I've stopped watching so many, and now you see what I'm saying under your scars. When your life gets threatened, when your children get doxxed, when your family gets put out there, that's what happened to me in the Madeline Soto case, and that's what's happening here on YouTube. Then they're not doing a good job. It's bad. All right, so we're looking at this, and we're going to go over it again. Like I said, it's 38 pages. I have it, but I also have a video where we break down piece by piece of it. All right, so this is the actual report where it talks about the retention pond. And earlier I showed you the coordinates, and on those coordinates is where they show to be positive for human decomposition, odor, and potential remains. But I have to ask you, if that was real, why doesn't law enforcement have that? And why are they not digging this stuff up? All right, that's what I ask you. And let me just put that up for a second, and then I'll run back to that. But as you can see, there's the coordinates. I don't know if you guys can see that very well, but we've got, 16 degree, 22, 7, 8 degrees north, all that. That takes you to the location of where he could have been buried or put and then moved even.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. I do want to say KJ Mac, that's my issue, and I'm not trying to dog that channel. I'm sure they work hard. And hey, with what Jay just said, what I kind of chimed in about, maybe that person doesn't want their family doxxed, right? So they sound like a speak and spell, right? They're like, and then Sebastian and Rogers, you know what I mean? Like that's, I mean, I'm not hating. I'm just saying, it's off-putting, so I don't watch it as much, but their videos are very short and they do put some good facts in them. So sometimes I won't even really listen. I'll just look in there for information, which is terrible. But not hating. That channel is called Evil Exists, and if you guys want to drop the link, that's cool too. Because I'm not hating, but it reminds me of the old school speak and spell. And but again, maybe I would have done the old school speak and spell, right? Because I've experienced the same thing as Jay, and I never knew that until today that she was dealing with that. So that is because it's just it's horrible. It does. I mean, disagree all day. Don't watch somebody, don't like them. Talk shit, whatever. But when it comes to like doing that horrible stuff, that is that's off your rocker. If you're doing stuff like that, get some help. Can we put the cyber stalking helpline in the chat? I don't know if one exists. We need it though. Maybe we should start one. If you are feeling a little dark triad like and you want some help, call 1-800 quit your shit. uh IML says, was Terry Lynn only one who found stuff? No one else? Actually, Aaron found some stuff too. There were a couple bit different people that found stuff, but then you also had Charlie Briley, right? And and I will say also to Aaron, she's equally as upset as I am, in my opinion, from what she's told me, that she's ever been connected to Terry Lynn, right? But again, we thought she was doing good and boots on the ground, and even so, like Aaron was searching with her and thought, that they were friends, But trolls, they don't have friends. They don't know how to be with other people. They just know how to manipulate other people into thinking they're good people until they get what they want, and then they'll do just awful things, right? Um, but I feel more sorry for them than I do for myself or, others really, because they're the most broken people. That's why they do such nasty things. Again, we need help. They need help. I don't know what kind of helpline. Maybe I'll find one to put in the chat. Either way, here we go.
And now you see what I'm saying under your scars. When your life gets threatened, when your children get doxxed, when your family gets put out there, that's what happened to me in the Madeline Soto case. And that's what's happening here on YouTube. Then they're not doing a good job. It's bad. All right. So we're looking at this and we're going to go over it again. Like I said, it's 38 pages. I have it, but I also have a video where we break down piece by piece of it. All right. So this is the actual report where it talks about the retention pond. And earlier I showed you the coordinates. And on those coordinates is where they show to be positive for human decomposition, odor, and potential remains. But I have to ask you, if that was real, why doesn't law enforcement have that? And why are they not digging this stuff up? All right. That's what I ask you. And let me just put that up for a second and then I'll run back to that. But as you can see, there's the coordinates. I don't know if you guys can see that very well, but we've got, 16 degree, 22, 7, 8 degrees north, all that. That takes you to the location of where he could have been buried or put and then moved, even possibly. But again, take that with a grain of salt. Why isn't law enforcement picking up on this and doing anything about it? Right? Again, I don't think Sebastian's with us any longer, guys, but we still want to keep his name out there. It's coming up on 2 years that he's missing, guys, and people are going to be flooding YouTube with a bunch of bullshit about the case. All right. Bullshit and threats.
To conduct systematic canine search across designated sites to identify potential decomposition-related odor, remains, and collect soil samples for chemical testing. The 3 retention ponds near Sebastian's house were searched. The construction site, which is located north of Retention Pond 3, Menska Creek, Old Hickory Dam, northeast and southwest, were searched.
And so, like I said, you were going to go into that. You'll see the coordinates. You'll see the dogs. We'll break it down. You know what, Mo? The lines have been blurred with the internet, and law enforcement has not caught up with these internet crimes just yet. And the reason I know that is because there was internet crimes against me in the Madeline Soto case. And you know what they told me? They said, call your local law enforcement. You call local law enforcement and they say, put a tip in the FBI cybercrime. FBI cybercrime calls you and they tell you to call your local law enforcement. Then if you go get a restraining order, you're shamed all over YouTube. Again, hence Lauren, what she did, and now she's on every freaking channel being talked about. And well, we know what happened to Brittany J now, don't we? I see some of y'all from Brittany J's chat in here, and I know this is real. Exactly. C investigates what's holding law enforcement from looking at this 38-page report.
Yeah. So, guys, she's absolutely correct. So they'll pinball you back and forth, right? They're like, well, if it's not happening locally, there's nothing we can do about it. The local police will say that. And then, you have to go to the FBI, blah, 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 right? Because I was looking into it. Because Terry Lynn personally attacked me because I didn't want to go to the dark side with her, right? She was like thinking that, again, she was gonna, be smarter than everybody else and manipulate, right, the situation. And I wasn't gonna be okay with that. Like, I'm sitting on, a muted conversation with Crabtree and 4 other people, and her and Crabtree are just talking and all of us are on mute. Like, that's not the life I live, right? I'm transparent, I'm honest with people, I'm too straightforward, right? But what you see is what you get, and I'm not afraid to be myself. I like myself, right? I would hope other people would like themselves too. But in the same way, when you're trying to find out how to make the bullying stop in a cyber way, when it's happening to you on the internet, you have to make a report through the FBI. And I should probably repost that, the instructions on how to do that, because nobody deserves that, right? I wouldn't want that for anybody. I don't want that for Chris and Katie. I don't want that for anybody, right? And especially just because they're trying to strong arm you into going over to that shit, right? Oh, well, if you're not with us, then you're against us. Oh, all right. Well, I thought we were friends. Awesome. You know? And so that's what's really sick about it. But yeah, you go through the FBI, right? And it is a tedious process. You have to keep giving them information. Um, I was very lucky in the way that it worked out. Chris Proudfoot and them sending White Boy because he lives, I guess, maybe 20 to 40 minutes from me. And so when he did that and went real life, that is when you strike when the iron's hot, and the police have to do something because it's local harassment. And let me just tell you, the judge was not happy at all with that. He said, "Sir, you took it too far." Right? I mean, yeah, they thought it was humorous that we do like true crime on the internet. He's like, "Are you an influencer?" I said, "No, I do true crime." And they laughed, That's what they think of us. They're like, "Oh, that's cute. Okay, you want a deputy's badge?" You know what I mean? Like, they don't take us seriously, please. But guys, I believe in what we do here because all of us putting our heads together, there's been a lot of cases that have been solved. Look, Gabby Petito would not have been found if it wasn't for Red, White, and Bethune driving past, and then they looked back at their footage, right? They were van lifers just like Gabby, right? So, and also in the in the Chris Watts case, Chris Watts, he pled guilty, right? So there wasn't a trial. He just accepted the deal, right? He cut a deal and he took the fall. And then there wasn't a trial, but YouTubers were able to pinpoint on Neighbor Nate's video the moments that Chris was loading Shanann and the girls into the vehicle, right? And they were able to prove that. So if he ever decided to appeal, it's pretty much DOA. And that's due to people and online sleuths and people that are, pay great attention to detail. Like our friend Mandy, Spirit Seeker Squad, she's amazing, you guys. Like she's the one that found Terry Bauer socks creeping on BHB, right? Really good eye. It's about paying attention to details. It's about zooming in. It's about looking at things. It's about slowing things down, right? And that's what we can do with this footage and these videos. But yeah, never put up with that. Don't ever put up with it. There are ways that you can nip that in the bud, and especially when they bring it locally. That's the dumbest thing that they could have ever done, in my opinion. Right? Oh, and the fact that they documented every single thing they did, that wasn't smart either, right? Not to tell somebody how to do it right. Uh, Liberty says Terry Lynn was in cahoots with CP and his family the entire time. Well, yeah, I mean, she's kind of, I mean, the lot lizard thing, that's pretty accurate, right? And she wore it as a badge of honor, but it's true. Like, it's true. She tried to be like, "Oh, I'm just taking my power back." No, you're just used to hanging out on your back, and everybody knows that in the town. um it's disgusting, and I'm not scared of her, and that's the thing. You got to be smarter. Oh, Mandy's the best. Magic Star, I need to get together with Mandy so we can we could do a panel, um because she's just awesome. Yeah, she knew him a little well. That's what I'm saying, Liberty. That's what I'm saying. And I don't care, after what that bitch pulled on me, I will never, ever talk nice about her ever. Right? Guys, she played me for a damn fool. She thought I was stupid enough to go with her over there and hang out on the panels with Chris Proudfoot. Not me. Never gonna happen, you know? Yeah. Well, and the thing is that she is a very, if I would have known who she was before, I would have never associated myself. Never associated myself. because that was the worst thing that I could have done in Sebastian's case, in my opinion, because I've tried to do everything as well as I could have done for a new person. But that is my biggest mistake, is ever trusting her, getting involved with her community, any of that. Because it got me stalked to the level that I did. I got 2 lifetime restraining orders, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of myself, and I would do it again. And anybody that even tries it, I go right to the Florida courts. Actually, everything's online. So it would be very easy for me, you know? Yeah, I know, Star, like, and, and that's the thing, like, we had a really good thing going with researching and things like that, right? But Terry Lynn didn't want that. She wanted everybody to focus on her shit and her semantics and her shit show, because she's the shit show supervisor, and she just thinks that's the greatest thing ever, right? Again, she's proud of herself too. I'm glad she is. But yeah, it takes away from Sebastian. It really does, because she's more like, hey, look at me, I'm searching and putting out flyers. Well, that's good. That's what we're supposed to do. You don't kind of deserve pats on the back like people were giving her. And then the fact that some people recognize that and weren't giving her pats on the back, everyone's like, oh, poor Terry Lynn. Nobody gives her any credit. She's the only one out there searching for Sebastian. That was a bunch of bullshit too. Seth's had PIs on the case. He replaced the crappy ones he had, no offense, but they weren't good. They were working both sides too, in my opinion. You know? And Terry Lynn did some down dirty stuff. And then again, her and her little cronies are spreading around lies about Seth like he's some, guy that's just going around looking for girls. What are you talking about? He hangs out with Jen's husband. Is to the best of my knowledge, they're good buddies, right? He's got probably people that he used to play cards with, but I'm sure it hurts very much not to have Sebastian with him, as he said in his video. But he's not doing any of that kind of stuff. But Terry Lynn wants everybody to think he was. Oh, and also she's trying to spread around that he wasn't at work. Like, that's disgusting. That is the sickest thing. And there's people that will listen to her instead of looking at the time card receipts that were presented to all of us. Yeah, they were working both sides, Bo, like really bad. And I mean, think about it from a parent's perspective. If it was one of our kids that went missing and all of these people are coming out of the woodwork from a place to derail, distract, and destroy the investigation. And to this day, they're doing that. We're talking about it tonight. Like, I can't imagine the stress that brings on. And let's just not even start talking about trust, because I'll never get through our review. Because people will say, oh, it's about Sebastian. But it's really not. Like, Terry Lynn thought she was going to meet Dog the Bounty. Sorry. Terry Lynn thought she was going to meet Dog the Bounty Hunter. I mean, it's ridiculous. She thought she was going to ride into the sunset with Dog the Bounty Hunter or something. I don't friggin' know. It was the weirdest shit I've ever seen. And she's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen myself.
As well as the Cumberland River. Here is the shocking part. K9 dogs hit on 3 of these sites, the construction site, as well as the old Hickory Dam, northeast in Mansker Creek. These areas were determined to be positive for human decomposition odor and potential remains. Well, there is so much to unpack in this document. I am very keen to know if any of the leads in this document were followed up on by police. I am also aware of underwater photos that were provided of possible human remains that needed further investigation, such as underwater divers. Something else to note is that this report is from April of 2025, months ago. Sebastian is still missing, and no confirmed sightings have been reported since he vanished, allegedly from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
And sometimes people are like, I don't know the case because it's all over, but you do know the case, guys. because it's simple. Sebastian was with his mother at the Roadhouse on that night. We see him there eating. We don't know for sure 100% if he made it home, but if he did make it home, either way, he was in the possession of his mother before he went missing. Saucy Skin CBD, I did not get my package. If you have a tracking number, that would be awesome. I will definitely hit you up after this. I just got my packages and I did not get that. I could Chris have carried out Sebastian? He's a small guy and a cowardly punk. I'm sure he could, Wyatt. I'm sure he could. If Stefan Stearns could carry Madeline Soto out like a freaking sack of potatoes, then so could Chris Proudfoot. And that's how she was. I hate to say that. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I guarantee you, if law enforcement were to show us those images ever, that's what happened with Madeline Soto. Now, Emzo Katie said in an interview that she would bulldoze him down with hugs when she sees him again. Leakage? Maybe. I'm going to say leakage, right? Simple. Sebastian went missing under the watchful eyes of his mother, period. End of story. Now we're coming up on 2 years. Him missing, creators fighting on YouTube, being threatened by other creators, and lawsuits are happening. Not a good look. Not a good look. All right, let's take a look at the report, and then we're going to go over like the nitty gritty. Again, you guys take this with a grain of salt. I see some people saying this is a complete bullshit report, and then I see others saying, no, this is real, Jay. So I'm going to take it as if law enforcement thought there was validity to it. Why are they not out there digging up this site, these coordinates? Hey, Jay, again, been sick for weeks, flu killing me. Well, prayers for you, my friend. Get better. I know what you mean about all that stuff. I just, okay, I will take a look again, my friend. I will take a look again. If it says delivered, it's there. That means somebody probably brought it in the house and I just didn't see it yet. Now, was it USPS or UPS? Let me know in chat, Saucy. Don't worry, it got here. Somebody has it. Millie, good to see you, my friend. Lots of leakage, but they do not like Deception Detective. From that side, they say he's a piece of shit that doesn't know what he's talking about, and his coverage is bullshit, which
Oh my gosh, and he's one of the experts. That's what I mean, guys. They don't listen to expert opinions. They listen to someone who chain smokes, blunts, right? I mean, does anybody else see an issue with that? Does anybody find that normal? Look, I'm not knocking you. If you find that to be normal and you would rather trust someone who does drugs over someone who is a professional who has an expertise, right? That they've gone to school for, they're educated. If you would rather take their word for it, it's fine. I just don't get it, right? I will never agree with that because I will take an expert opinion every single time. Hello, Dawn Emery. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fine. If you want to listen to people with mental disorders, in my opinion, they're mentally ill. And they're not logical, they're not rational. If you would rather listen to somebody like that than somebody who has gotten an education in their field of expertise, be my guest, right? If you want to believe Terry Lynn, who has 0 receipts, or you want to believe SI officer, they have the let me get your comment, hon, because I remember you had a good one up here about the log, that he has a log to go. Yes, thank you. He's on camera and there's an hourly log. I also want to point to somebody that I used to talk to, and they were telling me that when they were a corrections officer, and again, I have corrections officers in my family as well, so I could probably double check that with one of them. But I just so happened to be talking to someone who did it briefly for like a really short time. I think it was really just to say that they did it. But they were saying that when they got into work, they had to use their badge to get in, right, to one door. Everything is on camera. And then you go into another room, to go into the next place, right? To even get to the desk or whatever, you would have to badge in there, right? and open the door that way. So your movements are being tracked with your badge. I also want to point to the fact that Davidson County prison or jail, excuse me, where Seth was working was a brand new facility. Brand spanking new with all the bells and whistles, all the best technology. It wasn't some little podunk operation. It was legit, brand new. Davidson County Prison. Look it up. I did a video on it actually. You know, because you get sick of the lies. So you're like, here's some truth for you. Nobody listens. Here's some more truth for you. Nobody listens. But you know, I mean, and I think that's what kind of keeps me going. Even though sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, maybe I should get a part-time job, right? Because this is getting rough. But in the same way, and also it's the harassment, it's the you know, you don't know who's your friend, right? You're getting stabbed in the back all over the place. You know, you wonder who if people are just trying to get close to you for information, right? And so I completely understand how Seth would feel. Terry Lynn saying that she thinks Sebastian will reappear when he's 18, though. She was obviously told that by CP. Yeah. Oh, I know. She was pushing that early Liberty. That's true. Yeah, I forgot about that. She was kind of trying to like reassure people and I feel bad for Chris and Katie. I don't. They abused Sebastian. They bullied him, right? But she knows more about it than we do and she accepts it. Right? But it's because she's not the person that she portrayed herself to be, you know? And that was very difficult for people. I still have people that reach out to me and say that how hurt they were by that. Like the genuinely good people. They do. And I understand it, right? Because I was hurt too, right? I was like, what the you know, especially when you praise somebody and you stick up for them because you think that they're doing right, and you almost like pity them because you're like, wow, she's out there getting bit up and you know she's out there and like I said, guys, you can't step into them woods without getting picker bushes on you. You're like, they're sticking to my pants, you know. And so yeah, you almost feel so sorry and you're like, nobody's giving her like any praises, and so I did, you know. And so it's just yeah, it's a weird feeling. You feel like I felt like I was mugged. You know what I'm saying? But even more so, it's not even really about me or my feelings. It's more so about how she did Sebastian, which is very dirty. Very, very dirty. So, oh, in my opinion, in retrospect, I bet she didn't actually even try to get Canine Jules brought in like she said she was doing. No. Oh boy. I don't want to speak for Jules, but I'm sure she would speak because she said some things before. But yeah. Um yeah, she's just a snake. She's just a snake, you know? Um, but she'll call someone else a snake, you know, so it's just she's pretty good at gaslighting, pretty good at manipulation, but of course all the truth always comes out, you know, so um yeah, thank you, SI officer. So badges, proxies, cameras, and logs. Oh my gosh. I can't even imagine. I would feel so claustrophobic at work. Like having to go through all those doors. I'd be like, oh my God, what if there's a fire? You know what I mean? Like I that would never be a good job for me. That's a tough job. And especially the clientele, you know, so to speak. Um, I saw that Liberty KJ Maxx says, I think she was being given too much credit and she isn't that smart, in my opinion. Attention seekers go where the attention flows, and she got low level motivation, in my opinion. Yeah, and a lot of money. And that's what everybody was upset about in it's not the trauma community, it's like the drama community, right? Like they were really upset because like they caught her in a grift. But then there was a lot of people that stuck with her and didn't care and would still give her money, right? They're just like, "Oh, Terry Lynn, you rascal, you. Here's some money." It's like, wow, is that what you work for? Weird. At first, it seemed like she was working in the woods, and or excuse me, I said working in the woods, looking in the woods and stuff. And then it got to be just more driving around, yeah, in the night and sitting in the parking lot. Yeah, and I mean, sometimes she would do the flyers on the doors or the windshield. That was one thing I'm giggling because that was one thing I thought was so hilarious. Just on a side note, that you got Chris Proudfoot on Queen Bee, and he's like, and if you damage personal property putting a flyer on a windshield, let me tell you, you're gonna get it. And then like you, then I clipped that part, and then I put Terry Lynn putting him in, just and she's like, ain't no ticks in the parking lot. And I mean, I just died laughing because I clipped those and put those together, because you got Proudfoot with his panties in a twist, and here's Terry Lynn, do do do. I'm just putting him up, So I mean, it wasn't all bad, but quite hilarious, if you ask me. But then again, these people are putting on a show, like you said, KJ. They're doing it for attention. Hey, Heather Marie, good to see you. Oh, thank you, Heather. Hey, did you hear about the young lady who's missing? Um, her name is Busby. Oh, see, this is when I get tired. I talk more and I forget people's names. That's real nice. But I put her flyer out. I guess there's 3 young ladies who went missing just since the beginning of the year in Indiana. So, and of course, I can't even think of her first name right now, but the county, um, Vermilion. Either way, I will go grab it, and share it in the chat. Thank you for being here, Heather Marie.
My opinion is just them trying to shut Deception Detective up so nobody listens to the credibility and what he has to say. All right. Why was he pointing to the lady Bobby and her kids? Makes no sense. Yeah, I heard about that and I'm not really sure. I just heard about that and I don't know. All right, let's take a look at this real quick and then we'll go into the details. Again, if you guys hear sawing or cutting, I apologize. They're doing construction at my house. All right. Now, April 18th, 2025, this came out. So why did we just find out about this leaked thing now? Right. So let's just take a look at this for a moment. Sebastian Rogers, they're telling you DNA K9 LLC is who they hired, and they redacted the name so people wouldn't harass them. Right. So we're just going to take a look here. We got background reports and we got the different retention ponds with the coordinates that we looked up. Okay. Different Army Corps and Old Hickory Dam. It's just got all the different summaries and reports, the index, so to speak. All right. So we're looking at these people from the Canines, Roy and Alex, and then Seven and Rambo are the actual dogs that they put in.
Oh, snap, you guys. I just thought of something. I'll rewind that so so we'll get the full entire thing without me interrupting. Um, was that what he was talking about with Nerdy though? Is that what Chris was talking about over by the dam? Was that the same one or is that something different? Because, he's probably over there with leakage. With Nerdy, there was some major leakage coming out, right? Like, because a lot of the things that he was telling him, and I would never take anybody just for face value. You guys know that, but he showed the text messages. So, I mean, yeah, I wonder if that's the dam that he was telling him that there was because I remember him saying like there was a scent, but was it Drake's Creek? Or yeah, maybe it's the same. Maybe he was telling him information from this report. Maybe he was I don't know, did SF show the report? He said he turns it into all the law enforcement, da 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 da. Did you give it to your clients who paid you 15,000? Because I would hope you did, right? Or why wasn't Crispy up there screeching and hollering about that? You know? Yeah, Cherry Lynn was searching. She was searching over there. Yes, she was, Sasha. And she was normalizing the cemetery as well. It just reminded me, oh my good Lord. She's like, oh, look, Lady Freedom, I was in the cemetery decorating my granny's grave in the middle of the night. And that's when they first started talking about the cemetery, with Mob Crew. And I mean, Jen brought me there too. So I'm like, oh God, is that why she was, but the only thing that hangs me up, guys, is that 20-minute lapse. What did they do in 20 minutes? And why would they, there's a couple of things you guys already know. I'm not going to rehash it, but I'm just, I'm skeptical. But I mean, yeah, she was normalizing it. Like, I even have an email. Oh my gosh. And she's giving this kid Sebastian the crab. And then she's saying, I didn't have Sebastian in my trunk. And I'm like, oh, good Lord, help me. Like, what a wackadoodle doo dee da. Okay.
Here again, if you know about this, you know. If you don't, then hey, I'm showing it to you. Make up your mind. Now, to conduct a systematic canine search, they designated specific sites to look for human decomposition related odor remains and collect soil samples. So, had Sebastian been taken there or buried there or what have you, taken and then moved, or buried and then put a slab over?
Okay, really quick again, guys, and I forgot to rewind it, but I had to get really close to the screen. I need to get some glasses. Okay, so Old Hickory Dam is the one that Nerdy was talking about, no? Coordinates. I'm gonna have to pull these coordinates off there. Maybe we could do some kind of, nerdy stuff ourselves, looking up these coordinates. I'm not good at maps, but I mean, I can plug those in and they'll show us exactly where. But Old Hickory Dam is one of the ones, and it says this area was determined to be negative for human decomp and odor and remains. So why is Chris Proudfoot, the jackass, telling Nerdy Addict that there was a hit over there? If I was Nerdy, I'm looking at this report, I'm pissed off. I'm like, wow, you little shit. That's what I'd be thinking. Cause yeah, and I'm sorry if I'll try to lower my voice because I'm closer to the yeah, Mansker Army Corps of Engineers would be Old Hickory Dam Northeast. Well, he didn't specify. I don't remember him specifying northeast or northwest. Sorry, I might have misspoke there. Like I said, this is teeny, teeny, tiny, can't see. And the construction site were all positive hits, right? So we got the construction site, Mansker, Army Corps of Engineers, Old Hickory Dam Northeast. Were all determined to have had the positive hit. Old Hickory Dam Southwest, Cumberland River, and the retention pond 1, 2, and 3 were all negative. Just to kind of break it down for you guys who are also listening, like maybe podcast style. And Mansker Creek. SI officer, now I need to go back and listen to what he told Nerdy and what if he was specific. Okay, I'll rewind it. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to pop in like that again, but I'm just trying to put things together.
At this for a moment. Sebastian Rogers, they're telling you DNA K9 LLC is who they hired, and they redacted the name so people wouldn't harass them. Right. So we're just going to take a look here. We got background reports and we got the different retention ponds with the coordinates that we looked up. Okay. Different Army Corps and Old Hickory Dam. It's just got all the different summaries and reports, the index, so to speak. All right, so we're looking at these people from the canines, Roy and Alex, and then Seven and Rambo are the actual dogs that they put in here. Again, if you know about this, you know. If you don't, then hey, I'm showing it to you. Make up your mind. Now, to conduct a systematic canine search, they designated specific sites to look for human decomposition related odor remains and collect soil samples. So, had Sebastian been taken there or buried there or what have you, taken and then moved, or buried and then put a slab over? That's what we're looking for. All right, so we're looking at the different retention ponds, 1, 2, 3, And then when we get to number 3, the north side, and the coordinates, they're saying the area was determined to be positive for human decomp, odor, and potential remains. Then you go down to Mansker Creek with the coordinates that are, that fairly similar, and again, positive for decomp. Army Corps of Engineer, Hickory Road, a little bit different coordinates, again, determined to be positive for decomp. I mean, that's troubling. When you look at it in that way, it's troubling. All right. Oh, that's it. I remember. Bobby's the neighbor that spoke out about Sebastian, and they're trying to shut her up, dox her, harass her, bully her, shame her, and get her out of this. All right. Why would you do that? Well, you would do that if you don't want something coming out. You don't want anyone to look for someone when you already know where they are and what you did, right? Okay. All right, KP, I ran, drove back home. Yep, we know you ran up, right? They tried to blame her son. All right. All right, so this report shows you there were dogs, there was a search conducted, and amongst the search there was human remain decomp. All right, they that the dogs sniffed out. All right, so we go into the soil test and nothing. And then you get to test 2 and see interpretation. All right, so we're going to come down here despite the negative aldehyde results, the presence of an adipose, I don't know how to say that, guys, like adipose like substance in test sample 2 warrants further investigation, additional analytical testing, and non-invasive surveys. So they're excavating and checking the soil here, basically. All right, so then they go on to the recommendations of ground survey and penetrating radar, right? Because we're not going to dig everything up. Underwater recovery methods and diver, right? You guys know that's what they're recommending. All right, then they give us the background. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I'm going to break it down in a different right after this. All right, so they go on February 20th, 2025. DNA K9 received a request for assistance from a licensed PI, Steve Fisher. Now, this Steve Fisher, you guys, is from SF Investigates. Some people say his work is nonsense, bullshit, it doesn't exist, and others say the complete opposite. All right. Now, they did produce the report. I don't know how much of a law that you would be breaking to fake a 38-page report and hire fake people with fake dogs that don't exist and to give this to the law enforcement. So I'm not sure I necessarily believe that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was muted. So right there, I believe that completely, right? I think that there's certain things, maybe within his report, right? We'll figure out, who all wrote the report. But I mean, again, I think this was a group effort. And Steve Fisher is SAR certified, right? I mean, he's absolutely licensed in, I believe, 6 different states. And again, I will always be honest and fair, unlike him, who said that I never earned my real estate license, and he can kiss my ass. But I'm going to stay true and fair. And so I would just have to agree with Jay. Really well said, really well articulated and spot on. Even though I don't trust this guy, I still think, hey, Gabby missed, that this report is probably something. I'm trying to think back to what was going on back in April. What was going on that would prompt this search? He does, again, like I said, have certain areas mapped out on Caltopo. Hopefully I said that right. Either way, that is a very well-known app, right? That is used. That is the app that is used in Devlin Tate's case, right? And so that way searchers can all be on the same page, right? And so it's a well-known app, and I will just say that to um, be fair, right? So I think that this report could be something. Do I think it's Sebastian? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Look, it's from April, right? But he's just putting this out, in my opinion, to be a jackass, right? Because if you didn't find anything, why would you put it out to be openly discussed, right? Because um, we are going to discuss these things, but isn't that hard on the parents? Or, well, wait a minute, Chris and Katie are unbothered, or they appear to be, in my opinion. Holly says, LF, I'm afraid that they're straight up going for fame. And Bobby, they were going very hard on her today. Oh, really? Who? Doc's her husband. Oh, and even tried to associate the husband to that grave robber out of state. What? Oh, man. Oh, see, that's not good. Hey, it's one thing to disagree with somebody, but to frame somebody, holy crap. I think they were trying to frame Seth, I mean, I know Seth is probably not going to be in here when we're talking about stuff like this. So, but either way, yeah, I just, and I mean, no disrespect at all, but I mean, look, it, it seemed like they were trying to, frame Sebastian even in a way, right? Like blame him, right? At the very least be like, "Oh yeah, well, or make it appear that he just walked out," and then people just, spreading that around again with no proof, right? Because I can't even with a straight face or conscience tell you guys like, "Oh yeah, Sebastian definitely made it home and the lights video is 100% how he got out of the house." No, because I don't even know if he made it home. But if he did make it home, that would be the most logical thing and to have happened, in my opinion. And also when we have the Nick Barris video and then Mob Crew getting the video and the silver sedan, right? Like these are all things that happened in the neighborhood at the same time. No doubt about it, right? No doubt about it. So, oh, and then Katie's light. I forgot about this one. Oh, yeah, and then we have a light on, it appears, We got some lights going. Really, really strange. Really, really strange. So, yeah. Mm.
All right. Oh, nice. Nice. Cool, dude. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. You gotta love these people. Jay is gay. All right, guys. Yeah, we got a supporter in the house. All right.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
And
what
I
a
can't even look when I'm doing
doofus.
this. So yeah. Jay is gay, guys. Remember that. That's how you remember my name. All right. So listen, they're searching for 16-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake, who went reported missing February 25th, 2024. It's a 38-page report. All right. They agreed to assist in the search for Sebastian began to conduct comprehensive background research in the case. All right. So based on the information, search areas were prioritized according to the likelihood of the yielding potential evidence of human remains. Key locations include the construction site near Sebastian's home on Stafford Court, which featured 3 ponds. Additional priority areas identified for further search efforts included shoreline of northeast side, Old Hickory Dam, the shoreline and wooded area on the southwest side of the dam near the boat launch, Mansker Creek, and natural catch points along Cumberland River. All right.
Didn't he tell him it was smack dab in the middle of the dam? Or am I getting that right? I'm just gonna rewind that if you guys don't mind really quick. Sorry. There we go.
Much of a law that you would be breaking to fake a 38-page report and hire fake people with fake dogs that don't exist and to give this to the law enforcement. So I'm not sure I necessarily believe that. All right. Oh, nice. Nice. Cool, dude. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. You got to love these people. Jay is gay. All right, guys. Yeah, we got a supporter in the house. All right. Okay. And I can't even look when I'm doing this. So yeah. Jay is gay, guys. Remember that. That's how you remember my name. All right. So listen, they're searching for 16-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake, who went reported missing February 25th, 2024. It's a 38-page report. All right. They agreed to assist in the search for Sebastian and began to conduct comprehensive background research in the case. All right. So, based on the information, search areas were prioritized according to the likelihood of the yielding potential evidence of human remains. Key locations include the construction site near Sebastian's home on Stafford Court, which featured 3 ponds. Additional priority areas identified for further search efforts included shoreline of northeast side, Old Hickory Dam, the shoreline and wooded area on the southwest side of the dam near the boat launch, Mansker Creek, and natural catch points along Cumberland River. All right, so we're gonna keep going. You guys, mods, please, let's get these trolls out of here. I mean, that's not an insult for someone to say Jay is gay or Jay is super gay. You're absolutely right. It's also not Friday, and I'm wearing a shirt that says Friday. All right, so whatever. I don't care. Get rid of the trolls. I don't want people getting distracted in here. All right. I don't want you guys being distracted like I am right now.
Okay, guys. So while we're distracted by the jerks, we're just going to play a video for them about the dark triad, right? Because this is what they have called in. They have summoned Dr. Phil.
These are the people that actually are so sick, they feel good about themselves for inflicting pain. And it's something called the dark triad. They have narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. And there's something called Schadenfreude, and it's when joy is derived by someone from another person's misfortune.
Yes.
So it's this dark triad. These are people you don't want to meet in real life.
No.
They're ugly people, and they will go virtual to real world sometimes. So you've got to be careful.
Yeah. You're not.
And there's been a lot of actual psychological research into these people. These trolls post inflammatory, off-topic, insincere messages to hurt, provoke others, and they typically hide behind fake names or phony accounts.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting that their makeup is antisocial and sadistic.
All right. So, yeah, KJ Mac, this is an excellent point. So, why is FS arranging cadaver dog searches anyway? What happened to the narrative 2.0? He was lured out to play tag, right? Yeah, and and I'm interested to know more about what they're doing with Bobby, because that was their theory, right? That like Bobby's kids and UA was going around telling everybody that like Bobby's son's girlfriend was buddies with Sebastian, also said to Nerdy, like they were trying to pin all that stuff on her also. And then, the flashlight tag thing, and oh, kids are so mean, what if, and all this nonsense. Um Yeah, really, if the kid is missing, that should be enough probable cause. I agree. Oh, okay, Liberty. Okay, I see. Yeah, police never went to search there. It had already been searched prior to EquiSearch with TBI along with them. Yeah, I remember when Twyla and them were involved, like in the very beginning. Yeah. Um, that's crazy. SF can skew perception by curating a search area if the dogs went in and around the house. Well, and I agree with that too, KJ. And the thing is like if you, I don't even want to pull up that Keltopo thing because he'll probably strike me for using his stupid search map. That was another reason. But it's very inaccurate. The first thing that you notice is that his coordinates are way off. He's putting Sebastian, the last time Sebastian was, last place Sebastian was is like, it looks like either in the garage or Katie's room. Right. So I'm like right away, I was like finding things wrong with it. And then I was like, oh, he'll probably try to take my channel down because I said something about his map. So I'm like, yeah, probably just leave that one alone. And again, it's inaccurate. It's so inaccurate in my opinion. But I see what you're saying. Hey, voice of fair use. Good to see ya. We need to cross-check missing children with KP's routes. I agree with that. I mean, I think we need to cross-check all of that because that was another thing, you know, when I'm gonna show you guys in the interview once I'm done editing it. It's just gonna take forever with Katie's sound crap. But yeah, they thought it was hilarious, right? Y'all should come in my van. That's what she was saying. Like y'all should have just gotten the van and Queen Bee's gonna come, you know, to California. Like, it's so like, again, just draining. I felt like my brain was drained out of my head, right? I was looking around for it, like, what happened to it? But that's what happens when you listen to that crap for too long, in my opinion. Cadaver dogs not no got cadaver dogs got nothing in their house, Seth said. Those bloodhounds never left their yard, and then they got no scent trail in the ear of Sebastian. Yeah, in Liberty, we know that the dogs didn't even track him to the end of the driveway, right? So they never left the yard. Um, and the fact that there was no scent in their house for the bloodhounds or any of the dogs, to my knowledge, that tells me that there was a lot of cleaning done um, that night, in my opinion. No evidence is still evidence. And we always use the analogy of if somebody went into my car and dusted for fingerprints on my steering wheel and there was no fingerprints on my steering wheel that I use all the time to drive, then I must have cleaned them off. Someone cleaned them off. Someone wiped it clean. That's evidence. I don't understand why the police don't understand that, you know? Well, hello, Hey Jude. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. Aw, member for 10 months. Yay, Hey Jude. Thank you so much. Aw, that's so awesome. Well, happy anniversary to Hey Jude. All right, here we go, guys. We're playing Jay Hey Jude, so this is a good live.
Okay, so Alex, this is one of the personnel that people say doesn't exist. All right, Alex has been actively involved in the search since 2018. Again, I'm not going to read all of his stuff and who he is and what his credentials are. You guys can go and check that out. I'll drop the link, no problem. All right. Then we've got Roy, who's a training instructor, DNA K9, over 18 years experience, and his resume, NASAR, NSDA, etc., etc. Again, you guys have your own brains. Use your own brain to decide for yourself what you think about this. All right, so they're doing their due. They're looking for Sebastian. They're continuing. Now, this was April 2025, so we're good. We're coming up on 2 years. They're doing something in 2025. Great. Successful differentiated between decomposing animal remains and human remains. We want to make sure, right? We don't want to find animal proven capability to detect low level and trace decomposition. Really, we're trying to find out if Sebastian was there or has his body ever been there, right? Detective, human decomp through surface, all this stuff, right? All right, let's keep going. 7, now they're giving us the dogs. 7 and Rambo is a 3-year-old border collie. 7 and the Rambo is 6 years old. Again, they both passed validation DNA canine testing by their handlers, Roy on this one and Alex on this one. All right, now let's just take a look at some of these. This is Roy and Alex on the retention pond and the coordinates, and a cemetery was observed spanning the area. We don't know that Sebastian wasn't put in that cemetery at some point or even now. We don't know. We don't know. We know Katie ran off and said she was looking for Sebastian, but her windows weren't down when she was yelling for him. We know that they didn't call 911, but we know that Katie called Chris and Chris phoned a friend, right? That's what we do know. Please don't advertise the troll. Simply delete. Don't give a platform at all. Absolutely, Casey Case. All right. Yeah, let's keep going. All right. So listen, retention pond 2, they're talking about the first one, decomposition odor, and then retention pond 2, following the completion of the search by Seven and the handlers, right? They're going to tell you reports based on what we saw at the top. No identifiable graves were observed in the vicinity of the pond. Now, this is what we do need. So if this actually never happened, I don't know why anybody would waste their time with this super detailed information. It's the wildest thing ever. But, all right, we're going to continue. The search expanded from the vicinity into the pond to include an adjacent area. Retention pond 2, they're definitely detailed. Following this, handler, Alex, and company and the dogs, right? I'm not going to read the whole thing. The final retention pond was checked by everybody, and they found the presence of human decomposition odor on the mud collected on the boots, right? The canine 7 did not indicate the presence of human comp and has been concluded to be negative. All right. And then the construction site. Steve Fisher requested an inspection of the active construction site immediately north of retention pond 3. Right. And they go in to talk about the wind and all that. Noise presence, construction crew, the handler, searching the drains, etc. This is really what we do need. All right. At the end of the drainage, they're just going into details. Detail. She continues. 7 alerted to 2 separate locations within 1 to 2 meters going along a slope. These locations were marked site 1 and 2. And then they give a break for rest, come back. Upon returning, 7 was deployed from different direction. Handler ensured the ample space, right? Detailed. And 7 showed a strong indication to enter the private property. Immediately, Handler intervened, preventing her from going on private property. And then we'll see pictures, right? So they got pictures. They're doing their reports. We saw at the beginning the different ponds and locations, right? So this gives you a good idea. This is pictures of them actually working in the area. All right, pond 2 or figure 2. They're talking about soil samples. You can see there, this is figure 4, depicting an area of interest indicated by the canine. All right, through the fence. 7 attempted to go through the fence into the yard. So they're showing indicating of decomp and pictures of the dog, the soil, all that. And you see figure 5, baseballs discovered between the construction site, indicating she detected the presence of human decomposition odor here. All right, so you got another one here. Figure 6, photograph of a baseball. It slopes down the hill. Indicated she detected odor of human decomposition right here. All right, and then again, they did the soil test, which is really a lengthy process and very expensive, by the way. I don't know what they paid for this, but I've done this with companies when we're looking to buy a piece of property. They have to do soil samples sometimes, so I'm familiar with this. All right, so they did the Schiff Regent soil test, and there you go. That's what.
Okay, guys. So, really expensive testing. Also, I'm not sure, Rosebud, who financed this alleged search. It would probably be the SAR group, I would imagine. It would have been the SAR group with Steve Fisher. Because, well, and some of these services are also on a voluntary basis, depending on the situation, right? But then again, there's always going to be some cost affiliated with it. But I'm not sure. I can kind of look into that and see what I can figure out. And then I am not aware that Seth was notified. He could have been, but I don't think that he was, in my opinion. I did send over the cricket stuff, right? When she was posting that, and she's like, please get a hold of some of the family, blah, 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 blah. But if Steve Fisher was the one that did this, and she had the original paperwork that she redacted. Wouldn't she already know that? And then wouldn't that cause her to like understand that the Proud Feet knew this? And then also there was leaked information from this report that was given to Nerdy. And I have to do the exact because right there was two places, and it does appear, unless I missed something, right? Which is very possible because I'm gonna watch this live again, too. But it's and I know these are. I believe these documents are located on X, right? That's where he does everything. SF, that is. Um, so yeah, I want to look into that. I guess I don't want to misspeak on that, but it does appear that, since Chris and Katie are employing SF, right? Even though he says he works for Sebastian, um, I would imagine they would have the details, right? Otherwise, wouldn't Chris blow up? I mean, he blows up about everything else. So, I mean, he didn't pay any of us 15 grand. We don't owe him nothing. But Steve Fisher does, because he paid him 15 grand. And you know how, Chris doesn't like to come up off of that money. He doesn't like to come out of pocket for Sebastian, right? In my opinion.
They're showing you. They're basically just documenting the soil test and the results. Again, we're going to continue going through it. Transferred in.
Oh, and really quick, guys, I just want to, and I'll rewind just a little bit because I don't want to interrupt, but, again, with Chris Proudfoot, he, like I said, gets angry about the small things. And then also there's a 52% truthful rate, right? That we have that as a reference. So when Chris and Katie made their initial statements, which would have been closest to the time that Sebastian went missing, and their brains would be fresh with the knowledge, and the made up story, in my opinion, they were being 52% truthful, right? So just always keeping that in the back of my mind that they're telling half truths, right? I'm keeping that in mind with everything that they've told people after April, right? Because this all transpired in April of 2025. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that just a little bit, just so everybody's kind of thinking back to that time. Oh.
This is how we grew our podcast to over 10,000 listeners without spending hours editing each week. First, look up
in the area. All right, pond 2 or figure 2. They're talking about soil samples. You can see there, this is figure 4, depicting an area of interest indicated by the canine. All right, through the fence. 7 attempted to go through the fence into the yard. So they're showing, indicating the, of decomp and pictures of the dog, the soil, all that. And you see figure 5, baseballs discovered between the construction site, indicating she detected the presence of human decomposition odor here. All right, so you got another one here. Figure 6, photograph of a baseball. It slopes down the hill. Indicated she detected odor of human decomposition right here. All right, and then again, they did the soil test, which is really a lengthy process and very expensive, by the way. I don't know what they paid for this, but I've done this with companies when we're looking to buy a piece of property. They have to do soil samples sometimes, so I'm familiar with this. All right, so they did the Schiff Regent soil test, and there you go. That's what they're showing you. They're basically just documenting the soil test and the results. Again, we're going to continue going through it. Transferred infrared, access present of fatty acids. So they're showing you how and what. All right, what they got from it, what the consistency is, the substance consistency and appearance with adiposary, I said earlier, introduces the possibility that a burial and decomposition event may have occurred in that particular area. However, due to the lack of confirmatory chemical analysis and inclusive test results of the soil testing, the presence of human decomposition could not be verified. Therefore, excavation is not recommended at this time in the area. All right, so they're continuing further investigation. They went into Mansard Creek. So they're doing soil samples and then just, surveying each one. Now, Mansard Creek, this is the one that they said 7 did not demonstrate any changes. That would indicate the presence of human decomposition odor until traveling up river right? And that's a K97 demonstrated a change in behavior consistent with detection of human decomposition marked at, here's the GPS coordinates, and I'll show you below. All right, GPS coordinates, we saw that earlier. Third pass was made by another tree completely in the river, right?
Yeah, so that doesn't look like it's in the middle of the dam. In my opinion. Yes, thank you, Chuchi. And also, hey, Nanny. Nanny says, did Mob Crew raise the money to do a ground search at the cemetery? So it's, to the best of my knowledge, Mob Crew had raised the funds in order to do this testing. Not necessarily a ground search, although I don't know if they searched while they were there, but they gathered permissions and everything. I believe he said that they did the work on a voluntary basis and only asked for room and board. So that was about $250 to the best of my recollection. And then I think they were going to give him $100 tip, I believe. And then they did a ground penetrating radar type of a test. And like I said, I think he's going to put that on a members only or a Patreon, like the in-depth analysis. And that's what I could gather from the live stream that he did. Oh gosh, was it yesterday? Either way, just most recently when he said he got the results. So but they did, gather permission from the person who they thought was in the area, or excuse me, that was buried right before in the area. Well, the person that was buried in the area shortly before Sebastian went missing, a couple of days, something like that. But to the best of my knowledge, they didn't find Sebastian there. So, unfortunately. Has any of this been turned into the FBI? I believe so. Yeah, all of everything, like what Mob did and all of what SF did, has all been turned into the FBI. Again, to the best of my knowledge and from what they have said, independently, right? Like Mob said he did, and I believe him. SF said he did, and I'd have to be fair there and say I'm pretty sure that he turned it in. I think that they were I think that they leaked this information on purpose. That is my best guess, right? To kind of either one up Mob Crew or to be like, hey, everybody thinks I'm not doing anything with the footage. Well, guess what? I'm searching on different avenues, right? But it's to the best of my knowledge that I just don't know if Seth was aware of this, right? Because like I said, I sent the cricket stuff over, like, but again, if you look at that paperwork, you're like, okay, well, that happened in April, and if she knew about it being SF, I'm just thinking that, yeah, I don't know. I still haven't made my mind up, I guess I should say.
And there you go. There's a river area with a tree. That is the photograph of ROV at the site of Mansker Creek. And it was recovered after it was recovered from the water. All right. You see what they're doing there. And if you guys know this case, you're familiar also with the area.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
right. Landmark for the location. They're just documenting everything. All right. So shoreline. The important part is that they put a lot of detail into this. They documented They pictured it, they did soil samples, and they gave us the conclusion. And the conclusion is there's human decomposition in that area in certain places. All right. So the human decomp is pinpointed to the precise source. Can be challenging when physical accessibility. They're giving us their barriers and their figures. Right. That area again. I mean, this is what we need. Is this real or did they just make this up? I would hope not. Okay. So we're going piece by piece. We're almost there. We're going to break this all down. And here they found during the search of the wood area surrounded dam boat launch, they've got some kind of bone, additional bones, including long bones identified as deer remains, raccoon skull, were located in the vicinity, right? All right, let's keep going. Targeted search was conducted. They got the people's names blocked out. Further investigation of the site is warranted, utilizing alternative methods of underwater recovery.
Okay, guys, so before we get to the underwater recovery, can anyone tell me why there are so many bones in Tennessee? Why are there random bones in Tennessee? Can anybody answer me that? Riddle me this, right? I don't know. It makes no sense to me. When I was there, I totally thought you guys were going to think that I was being dramatic and like planting bones. Thank God that, Jen and Jeff were there. They can vouch for me. I did not plant these bones for shock value or to up my clicks and views. Because I mean, like, I was like, this is unbelievable. Like, people are going to think that, like, we staged this area. Liberty says, this scares me, Liberty. Oh, Jesus. She says, well, lady, Tennessee is quite a history. I mean, I get that, like, animals and stuff like that are there and, people might, I don't know. I don't know what people do with their bones. I've just been I've been up in Wisconsin. I've been, believe it or not, there are places in Illinois where it's heavily wooded and stuff and people hunt and the bones were very off-putting and I was like, what is this? And please don't think that I put these out here just to shock you guys. It's a very old state. Oh, so maybe like there's older graves that are have just been, I mean, it kind of gives me poltergeist vibes. Oh, I have to say, just lots of history there. Oh my goodness. April of what year? 2025, the actual search. Yeah, this is when they did that. SI officer was April April of 2025. So just this last April. And I'm trying to think, and it'll probably come to me like right after I get off the live stream. I'll be like, oh yeah. But what was going on? What was crack-a-lackin' back then? Because I just can't think about what was going on back then that would, I mean, like, what made them search these particular areas? Also, maybe I'll go back and look on his map, because he did give access to that as well. So
that's what they're recommending. We saw that earlier. Potential skeleton remains. That's what they're depicting down here. If that were the case and they were to find Sebastian's body underwater in that area, well, I don't know who they would point their fingers at that point, but you see what they're looking for and going for and the outcome. The outcome is they've got human remains that they have detected at this point. Okay? So let's keep going. Ebony, good to see you, my friend. Thank you guys for being here with me and continuing to come and support the channel. All right, let's take a look at the cadaver dog search. We're probably not going to go through this whole entire video, but I do like the way Michelle After Dark breaks down the human remains detected at the construction site. So we'll take a look at that and just see if I missed anything. All right, did they find the white powder? LOL, that's funny. Y'all are funny. All right, let's listen in for a minute. All right.
My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video.
All right.
One video. for those who don't want to wade through 2 hours of a live stream. So buckle up. Let's go.
Yeah, I just want to show you some of the stuff here we'll go through. We went through some of it. I want to get a different perspective than just mine, than just Dolly's, than just Lolly's. I like to go everywhere to make sure.
You are a child of God. He's your father.
Thank you. Okay, I agree. 100%, guys. I do agree on that. I agree going to different places, you know, learning from different people, different sources, making up, you know, our own minds. I think that's a great thing, you know. So hey, Shauna, remember Seth was doing those then also. Searches, yeah, he was. Well, you know, I don't ever second guess like the searches for that Seth does, you know. I mean, because I know he's really looking, you know. Steve Fisher lies like a rug. He can contest that when he explains the scratched out message he sent in confidence. Yeah. I mean, I do not trust him at all. So Sasha says, let me get this straight. They use the cadaver dog at the cemetery and no live scent dogs, but said search outbuildings where he may have hid alive. Yeah. Interesting. Then tested the cemetery soil. But didn't. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Let's see, Sasha. Oh, didn't check the pants or the glasses. I think it's becoming very clear that Craddock is an obstructor and then gives the case to Carter, but he doesn't know about vehicles. Interesting. Yeah, Craddock, you're headed down with CP and KP. You know, it really makes me wonder. I mean, obviously, he has very distasteful thoughts about criminal activity of a sexual nature, which is highly concerning. So maybe he has other you know, mutilated ways of thinking. Why'd they wait so damn long? Oh, I know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. What was going on, SI officer? Do you know about that? Like what was going on back in April that would you know, spark this interest, this search? I mean, because this is way before, you know, the cemetery was being looked at and actually tested by someone, right? Like Mob is doing now. So what was going on? Like this is what I'm feeling to make the connection, trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, hunters. Well, I mean, you know, I mean hunter like I mean they're all bone. They're animal bones too, but like Liberty was saying, you know, so you know, the Civil War days, I see what you're saying, you know, they were out in fields and you know, yeah, they were fighting like that, you know, just kind of willy-nilly. Um, Only a bloodhound can trail a live scent that is that old. Oh, I see. Mhm. Thanks, Liberty. Yeah, that makes sense. They need to search privately, properly owned by the family, or they need to search private property that's owned by the family. I agree with that, Tina Girl. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of bones. CC, there's like so many bones. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it wasn't just like deer bones though. There was like other bones, but it looks like there was also, I don't know, maybe people are living out in them woods and just eating, you know, this they're eating squirrel for dinner. They're eating whatever they can. Um, so Oh, yeah. Well, that's a bad he's going through a bad deal now. But see, that was all after this, you know, all of this other stuff was after this, so Shauna. So yeah, I'm just maybe one of these seconds here, I'll put two and two together.
Everything is in my description.
However, at the construction site north of Retention Pond 3, there was an area determined to be positive for human decomposition odor and potential remains.
Hit that like button, would you?
So there's some text written that we're going to get into shortly. Also at Manska Creek and at the Old Hickory Dam. So this is about 5 miles away from Sebastian's house. It was also determined that there were positive hits.
And see, this gives you a great idea of what's happening in this case and what this report shows. 5 miles from his home. If that's true, again, take it with a grain of salt. I don't know anybody that would sit there and put this 38-page detailed report with their credentials, guys. Now, I work with a person that does things like this. They do forensic analysis, and they have to do all of that you see in the report, credentials and write-ups and all the things. I don't know why somebody would fake that type of report, but who knows? 5 miles away from Sebastian's home.
And statistically speaking, that's usually about the area that people are found. They're not found far, statistically. And I also agree with, a full report. It looks like there was a full report done. Could that be fudged? Sure, anything can be fudged. People can fudge the numbers for an entire year and, try to evade taxes and stuff. So sure. Yeah, anything could be fudged. But again, with the credentials, it's I just don't know how many other people would be willing to piss off their integrity for this jackass. But you never know. There could be a whole little group of them that's gotten together and joined forces for bad. There's people that join forces for good all the time. SI officer was off of Stop 30 Road. It was that little area that I think that, possibly there could have been the handoff, right? Like Jen and I we're still talking about that spot as a possible handoff if Sebastian didn't make it home. It's really secluded, and I shared our little stop over there. And as a matter of fact, I'd like to go over there again. Just while I'm there and check it out again. Um, I'm not gonna go into the woods like Silvers did, but and props to him for going into there as well as the other people that did. Um, but yeah, that was so weird. Yeah, and I show them in the video, too. But I don't know how much more we're back in there. I mean, there was like a little camp back there, SI officer, that Silvers had found when he went into the woods. And then there was this great big barrel, like the one in Summer Wells's case, like, like a big burn barrel. And it was full of like water and sludge. And they pushed it over, but it looks like people kind of, maybe some homeless people chill back there. I don't know. Davy Crockett, I don't know. Rosebud says, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the scanner that said about a warrant to Stafford Court done in April of 2025? Ooh, is that it? Rosebud, I think you might have got it. Yeah, well, and that's what I was just trying to think. Did something big happen in April? Oh, was it that? I'm gonna have to double check. I think Hindsight did a video on that, if I'm not mistaken. And like, guys, I was processing that whole thing, and then also I was traveling too, and so I was like, not on the up and up with that, but when not in April, but in October when all of this stuff was going on and Chris Proudfoot was trying to get a hold of Nerdy and stuff like that. Oh, thank you, Shauna. Yeah, we have a large homeless population too. We rarely find them until we're searching later. Oh, yeah. See those? That's so sad. And thank you for hitting the like button. Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe that little camp was. Because I mean, it's right off the road. And I mean, there's like if I'm not mistaken, there's a gas station right up on that corner. So they would have access to like go up there and grab stuff if they needed anything. Oh yeah. Well, and it's hard. She's out of the country somewhere. So I agree. And I don't think she's the most reliable source. And also, guys, I'm going to tell you it really pays to be in the area, right? Like or it really pays to have people that can film that'll be willing to film the area and send it to you. But as a creator that's not, in the States, well, for her, but even for me being in Florida, right? Because only when I was there and I could see everything for myself, in real life, like maps are completely different. You don't get the same feel for things. That's why, with me being there just recently and it fresh in my mind, I could just tell you like the area I really tried to take it all in and memorize it. That's why it was easy for me to kind of get a good bearing on it. Because if I hadn't gone, I wouldn't know. And another thing that I kick myself for is I wish I would have traveled to Tennessee when it happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, that way I could have gotten a better understanding of what it looked like because everything has changed, over the course of 2 years. I mean, it's really changed a lot. Like, not just a little bit, a lot. The whole area has changed. The houses being built up, the roads being paved in the cemetery, the whole 9 yards.
Or human decomposition order and potential remains. Now, let's be very clear that human remains detection dogs, cadaver dogs, they're not looking for one particular person's scent. That's what live scent trackers do, or at least what some live scent tracker dogs do.
Thank you.
This is any
My
human
goodness.
remains. So just because we've got a positive hit for human remains doesn't mean it's Sebastian. Could be someone else who died in the dam area ages ago, right? So, and there's still some bones or remains there.
But listen, guys, I really am going to be completely real with you that, yeah, I do need the one that's not redacted, but right now I have the redacted one. And I wouldn't want to put anyone else up because I don't want people calling them. I cannot see SF placing his name in a fake report. This is SF Lively. And that's what I'm saying. And thank you so much, NorCal, SoGal. Love me some J Gay. Right. Yeah. It's a compliment. I don't take that as an insult. What's up, KCC? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Why would someone do that? My boss would lose his freaking license if he put a report together, put his credentials on there, and went and testified for forensic analysis. He would lose his freaking livelihood.
In the area. But we'll get the map up and we'll show exactly where these things are. Old Hickory Dam southwest at the opposite side of the river to Manska Creek was negative. The Cumberland River, no, Cumberland.
See, that's where I'm confused because I don't want to get those two mixed up. So without being able to, because I was thinking that was sometime maybe in February, perhaps. I'm not confident enough to like pin it down, or even say allegedly in my opinion on that. Cause I'm like, but I'm thinking it might have been, or maybe the search warrant was in February and the other thing for BHB was closer to April. Oh, thank you guys so much for getting up to 100 likes. That is so sweet. Thank you guys. Aw, thanks, mods, for working so hard on that. I really appreciate you guys for doing that. Because it just helps so much, for engagement. And so thank you. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Aw. Jamie says I went into my husband's YouTube account to get you the last like. Aw. Thanks, Jamie. That's so sweet. Aw. Aw, that's awesome. He's sleeping. You're just clicking the like button. Aw. The handlers and Chloe. Yeah. Well, I don't know if Chloe's still working. I mean, she seemed like she was gonna still search for Sebastian no matter what, so I don't know, that there was just so much fuckery, there was so much fuckery. It's so hard. Um, they absolutely don't call a civil court subpoena a warrant, and the cop said warrant. So some sort of warrant was served on them for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a big difference, right? A warrant is a warrant. I mean, I know there's like bench warrants and different types of warrants, but in the same way, yeah, they're different. And Nerdy was talking about how Chris was talking like they descended upon the property. You know what I mean? Like descended upon the property. Kind of reminds me of like, the Christmas Vacation, when they kidnap the boss, right? Um, that's the way I think of descending upon the property. I know it wasn't that dramatic, but it does seem like they, came unannounced. And I do know that Katie had been questioned prior to at some point as well, allegedly.
River's huge. I don't know exactly where in the Cumberland River. I assume it's the Cumberland River around the dam was also negative. Okay, so we start off with retention pond 2. So the information for retention pond 1 isn't available.
I looked a lot different. I started my degree in 1986 and
so we've got, let me just get the map up just for a second.
Yeah, this is what I want to show you
guys. The most
guys.
recent iteration of Google Maps. This is from October 2025. And you can see here that all.
And I'm going to pull the words down real quick because I want you to see the map. That's the part that I want to show you. And yeah, I do love her accent. It's soothing, but she is so detailed in her videos. Now, Kitty Hawk says Steve F. approved and released the full 38 page and the video entirely. It's for public viewing and information, but it wasn't originally. It got pieces of it got leaked, and so they decided to put the whole thing out. Now they did say that that this was sent over to law enforcement under your scars. I have the link in chat. I'll put it in chat again. All right, you can look at it yourself.
Houses are built now. Well, April of 2025, we don't have. We have this 12/24. So sometime in between 12/24 and 10/25, all those houses got built. But what you've got here is this retention pond. This is the pond that Max dove into.
And again, think about this, guys. Think about Sebastian going missing sometime between when he got home and in the morning, and then them panicking and going not too far to go put him. All right, to put him. I see you, Saucy. I'm not sure if you're talking to me. Anyway, right there, guys, go to x.com/SF investigates. And if you follow that link, you'll be able to get the entire canine DNA report. All right. So go do that. If not, I'll put it up on my ghost page tomorrow and you can get it from there.
This one.
Hey, Kylie.
We've also got this one, this retention pond here. And we've also got this one. So where we talk about the retention pond in between two cemeteries, there's a cemetery there, cemetery there. So those are the retention ponds.
Yeah, and Liberty, I also remember Girl Mom 2 talking a lot about the sealed indictments and things like that. And that's never, gone far for me either. It's like that's always kind of stuck with me. Because there very well could be, since it's such a high profile case. And look, the good old boys don't like to embarrass each other, right? They don't like to admit that kind of stuff. It just feels like something really, and I think that to not just feel it, something's got to give. Yeah, a summons, right? Yeah, but they wouldn't say like a warrant. Like a warrant is, something that is written, based on probable cause, right? And things like that. And subpoenaing information would be different too. Yeah, Liberty. Oh, yeah. Well, Tony had come out and said they had, mountains of evidence, and that was closer to Sebastian's birthday, because I do remember them reassuring Seth that, you know, they were doing everything, right? So I'm thinking I just really wish they wouldn't have dropped the ball in the beginning. That's a I mean, it's just, and I know it's like I hate to keep saying, "Oh, they dropped the ball in the beginning." I mean, I've said a million times, but it keeps taking me back there every time I think about it, and yeah, it's just unfortunate. Because a lot of times it's too little too late when you know, when you're doing it a year after when you should have been doing it that first, 7 days. They really had so many resources. They did so much in terms of searching the area. Um, but that doesn't mean that you know, I mean, that doesn't mean anything definitively. I'll just say that, Um
Right, so this is retention pond 2. Following the completion.
So what about at night? Should at night be in jail? Should Chris and Katie be in jail? Who else should be in jail? That's what I want to know. And Saucy Skins, if you could email me that UPS, if it's on my porch, then I'll go grab it. All right, let's play. Let's hit play. Let me see. Give me a sec. Play this.
The search of retention pond 1 by K9 blank and handler blank. The handler deployed K9 blank to search the area of the Laurel Park neighborhood. So the construction site area is called the Laurel Park neighborhood now. This area included retention pond 2 located between 2 cemeteries at coordinates blank. I wish we had the coordinates so we could know exactly to the point where these things were. No identifiable graves were observed in the immediate vicinity of the pond. So it's this pond in the cemetery, this pond here that we're talking about. So you've got graves up here, you've got graves down here, but in this kind of intermediate area here, you've got no graves. It's not like the dog's picking up on remains that are buried in graves. So it's this pond area here. But this was negative anyway, so the whole thing's negative. Okay, so K9 was commanded to begin the search approximately 20 meters from the pond and initiated a perimeter search around retention pond 2. He entered and exited the water at multiple points, but showed no indication of interest in the pond. Upon returning to the starting point, a secondary perimeter search was conducted in the opposite direction, again yielding no positive indicators for the.
Amen to that. Chris and Katie should be arrested and then they should be interviewed separately. Now, listen, Saucy, nothing's there, and they're really good about delivering stuff. So if you would kindly send me an email with the tracking number, I will track down whatever happened to it. All right. Please just send me an email and I'll track it down like a dog with a bone. April, Jay, you're so awesome. Love the way you speak. You have me rolling. Thank you. You have a great personality. Appreciate that.
Of human decomposition. The search was expanded from the immediate vicinity of the pond to include an adjacent wooded area and the fence line along a drainage feature. So they're going to be this area.
Okay, so what this report is saying, again, take this with a grain of salt. Don't believe what I'm showing you or what I'm saying, all right? Don't believe any of that. But if this report is correct, he may have been buried in the construction site or put a place at some point and then moved. That's what that's indicating, all right? Let's keep going.
Oh, this area. So the fringes, the outside of the cemetery. So this is the boundary between the cemetery and the school. This is Sebastian School here. And then this is the boundary between the cemetery and the Laurel Park neighborhood, which is this construction site. The search of this section is limited by a fence marking the property boundary coordinates blank, beyond which access was restricted. A visual assessment was conducted beyond the fence. No observable points of interest were identified. Following this, they also executed a systematic line search in the open field area. The search pattern proceeded north to south with approximately 2 meter space in between passes, continuing until the team returned to their original point of entry. At the conclusion of the search, K9 blank did not exhibit any trained final responses or behavioral changes.
All right, a lot of you guys have questions, and I don't blame you. I don't have a porch pirate, but I also did not get an email from you All right. I got 0 emails from you, Saucy, at all. Like no emails with the tracking number. I just emailed you, but I did not get. Well, you just sent it again. I'll check. It says January 13th at 11 for. All right. I'll get back to you. All right. Thank you. Let's go. Yeah, we don't have porch pirates here. We're really good about that. So after I'm done with the episode, I'll go track it down. Thank you.
Any fine. So I'm assuming that the open field area would be this area, but there was no hits at all. None in this pond, none in this vicinity, none down this fence line, whichever fence line it was. So all of that is clear. No human remains, no signs of decomposition here at all. So now we turn to the construction site. And this is incredibly concerning. This is what I've been saying all along. This construction site needs to be gone over with a fine-tooth comb. It's shocking. This is shocking to me. And this is April of last year that this search happened. So retention pond 3, the final retention pond was searched by K9, handled by Blank, directed K9 to search along the perimeter of the retention pond, including the drainage port, approximate one that's Blank. K9 didn't indicate the presence of human remains. But K9 was also directed to inspect the boots of the handlers, presence of human decomposition odor on the mud collected on their boots. So no signs, no indications of decomposition. We're assuming that this is retention pond 3. And it could be this one because we've not got the coordinates, but this is the one that Max dove into. So it's either this one or this one that's retention pond 3. So that's retention pond 2. Is it that one? Don't know. But that's the one that Max dove into. We can now go to Brand.
Yeah, this is wild. That and Nathan, you're in my chat. You're talking. What you say and what anyone says is valuable, unless you're just trolling. You say, I hope this Proudfoot money is worth it for Michelle. That's interesting. The way that these creators are landing on a side and pushing a narrative. I'm not pushing anybody's narrative, but find Sebastian. I'm going to take all pieces of this case that's gone off the rails and show you everything and let you know what's there, and you guys can decide for yourself. Total Avid had to come over and distract me entirely. Hit the like, yes, hype the channel if you could, my friend. Let's get us back in the algorithm
level to inspect this retention pond. This imagery date is February 2025. So just 2 months later than this imagery was when this search took place. And there is a drainage port or whatever you call it in this pond. So excess water from this construction site has been draining into this pond.
Now listen, it all comes down to money. All right. Everything Vicky, comes down to money nowadays in life, whether you're law enforcement, TBI, FBI, everybody seems to be motivated by who's paying the most, who's covering what up. And in this area, it absolutely makes me sick, but they're not going to dig up the area unless law enforcement feels like they have a great lead, because it costs money, which is unfortunate. Very
Absolutely. Absolutely. And also, guys, like organized crime has been paying off the police for how long now, right? I mean, for a long time it was hush hush and nobody knew about it, right? Hush money. Money, always follow the money. Always comes down to money. Really fair, in my opinion, analysis.
Unfortunate. And if Sebastian was in this area ever, or he got put there temporarily and then moved, that makes sense to me.
And then the other pond is
SI officer 6.
This
yes.
pond.
Thank you, Jamie.
As well.
Yes, they were looking for dirt being disturbed. Yes. I got your email. I emailed you back.
That's what you say too, Liberty.
So this is what the
time.
drainage holes look like. So this could be one of the ponds that were searched. The time when Sebastian disappeared, the thing that concerned me greatly, done videos about this, is that there was a whole bunch of open manholes. And if you were walking through this construction site at night, you could fall down one of those open manholes. They were big enough for someone of Sebastian's size to fit down. It's exactly what happened to Caleb Harris.
That's exactly what happened to that other guy. What was his name that we were covering? It was it was a male that went for a walk and they ultimately found him dead inside of a manhole. All right. I don't think that's the case, but you never know. They're also you say cards at the cemetery and school at 3:40 a.m. and the night before a practice run 3:40 on the morning. Sebastian went missing. Mob crew has a surveillance video. Right. And it all comes down to who you believe and what narrative. That's the messed up part. There should not be a narrative when it comes to a missing child. It should be he went missing. Here's the evidence. Let's go. Thank you, Caleb Harris. I knew it. Love you guys. Love this community. All right, let's keep going. Let's try to make sense out of this. That's all we can do.
In Texas, Caleb Harris, for some unknown reason, went out walking at night and fell down a manhole, and it was months before they found him. Months.
Yep, months.
And these manholes at this time were open. The whole drainage system is feeding into these retention ponds. There's a few of these ponds.
Boom. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. After Dark. Right. And we've been talking a lot about this. And again, Jen and Jeff telling me like they were huge gaping holes, right? Back then. The topography is completely different now. Completely different than what it was back then. I mean, it was literally everything under construction. They're building new, they're, all of that. As well as installing, excuse me, different things in the neighborhood to make it all work, right? So I mean, yeah, gaping manholes that they were able to walk in and look around. People were worried that maybe Sebastian went in there to get out of the weather or, the wind and, was hiding in there because, of course, they were telling us that Sebastian likes to hide in small spaces, right? Which in my opinion is partially true, right? Because I think Sebastian used to like to kind of, hang out underneath his bed. He felt safe, right? There's just certain spots, but I mean, and again, he just didn't like to be dirty. Like that's the biggest thing. He didn't like to be dirty. So he would, in my opinion, wouldn't just run off like that. He just wouldn't, Thank you, SI officer. Thank you so much for being here. But I mean, the culverts are a big one for me, guys. They really are. On where they could have been. So NorCal. Exactly. I'm right there with you. I'll listen to K9 Captain Jules over Michelle any day of the darn week. Oh, definitely. And she's just a wealth of knowledge, I just love Jules. She's so thorough too. And she never makes us feel bad like if we ask the same question, or if I'm like, well, what about this? If I, it's a silly question, she's always just happy to answer it, Celebrity's not a fan of Michelle. But no, I'm just glad that at least, that was noted. I'm like, thank you for listening, because that's just a really big one. Like that would be the easy thing, in my opinion, for that silver car to have done, right? Like that I could believe because it's right there. And at that time, there wasn't all of these people particularly living in those homes. Some of them could have been vacant. Some of them could have just been, staged to show. I'd like to know more about that. But again, I think it's important to note. It's very important to note.
So I'd never seen that pond before. So there's pond there. There's this pond.
I never even thought that can happen,
Getting
y'all.
obsessed by these ponds because the coordinates have been redacted. It's annoying. Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. So that's a small pond. So I don't know which ones of these ponds it was. Like I said, I've never noticed that pond before. So we got 3 retention ponds there in close proximity of each other. I think there's another pond there.
I mean, this is a perfect
Maybe.
area to put
Whichever
somebody,
ponds searched,
right?
These were all negative, as was the pond in the cemetery area. But then we get to the construction site. So Blank requested an inspection of the active construction site immediately north of retention pond 3. So because we don't know which one of these ponds it was.
Exactly. And again, I just brought that up. You're absolutely right. It's more likely that Sebastian was abused and violently his life ended violently, and those people are responsible. I'm telling you, if he fell down a wormhole or a manhole, they would most likely already have found him. They would have sniffed him out, etc. And yes, you could drown in an inch of water, but they have looked everywhere. They've done the dives, they've done everything that they're technically supposed to do with nothing. Yeah, nobody saw him leave with all the cameras. And remember, Chris Proudfoot proudly told us that he would watch Sebastian from wherever he was. They had cameras to work. They had cameras to look in the house. He could see what Sebastian was getting in the fridge and doing, what he was doing in his room. Rumor has it they had cameras all over the house, but when Sebastian went missing, they didn't have cameras anymore. Why is that? All right. All right, let's keep going. And I'm tracking that, Saucy Skins. I still did not get your answer for the actual physical address that you sent it to. Let me know.
So it's either the immediate vicinity of here, or immediate vicinity of here. So this dog doesn't have a lot of space in which to work if it's this pond. But I think it's going to be these two. All right, the wind was steady, 7 to 8 miles per hour from the north. So the wind is coming from the north, so it's flowing this way. 7 to 8 miles an hour is a mild breeze, not a problem for a dog. Due to the increased noise and presence of the construction crew, Handler Blank chose to search the drainage feeding into the pond. The K9 team traversed the slope along a contour line in a west-northwest direction, with K9 Blank searching both uphill and downhill. At the end of the drainage, a fence line was encountered. Approximately 20 meters from the fence line, K9 Blank exhibited a change in behavior, reducing her pace and tasting blades of grass, typical indicators for human remains canines when searching areas with low threshold odor. There's an organ inside a dog's mouth called the Jacobson's organ, and that's part of the olfactory system. So you see Cassie sometimes when she's in water.
Now, I think she's talking about this because she has dogs. Now, you say cameras in the landfill, in my opinion, allegedly. What about the cameras in the house? I'm going to skip over this part. I don't need to know how the dogs work. I don't really, I know they're tried and true methods. So we're going to get back to Sebastian. I really don't care about that. I want to know about the human remains, and if that's true, if they did this report, and if this has gotten to the FBI, TBI, and law enforcement, what are they doing with it? And why haven't we heard a damn thing? I mean, this is common sense to tell you that when this was happening and Sebastian went missing, that somebody could easily have put him in an area like this that was not developed, and now it is more, and the construction, and you bury him under. But they also did look for disturbed land, and I don't know, did they put him there and move him?
On the morning that Sebastian disappeared, loads of rubble, and it's always been a big concern, not just of me, but of a bunch of people. So you can see that this area slopes. So it's this area, I'm sure, that the dog was searching, and got indications in this area. This is absolutely terrifying. Guys, this is terrifying. It doesn't mean it's Sebastian, but what it does mean is there is definite signs of human remains in this area. So if it's not Sebastian, who is it? And where's the search of the drainage system? See, there's a manhole. A lot of these were open. And you've got ones along like the curbside. See if we can find one. But you should go back to some of the YouTubers who were out there in March of 2024. And there's one. They were open.
CJ Evil, I think, or Evil CJ.
Happened to Caleb
CJ
Harris.
from Evil.
Nope,
like
that did not happen to Sebastian. I'll tell you that right
The
now.
ones in the middle of the road are huge.
It was not him that
Easily
did
fall
this.
down.
Nope,
Like
no,
at night.
that was not Sebastian that fell down there. I'm telling you right now, something nefarious happened to him. And in my opinion, Katie and Chris know. There's no way that they don't know, and that there's no reason why they would want people to shut the fuck up on YouTube and stop digging into where Sebastian is. Why is it such a threat to them?
Bottom line, bottom line, right? I'm just gonna say bottom line. For me, that's what it all comes down to, right? Why would you want to silence anyone who's helping? It doesn't matter if they don't get the result they want to, at least they're doing something, right? At least they're doing something. So, yeah, just unbelievable.
Make that make
Hand,
sense.
leg, something sticking up.
Make it make sense.
Again, it's easy to see a face or a body parts, because our brain is interpreting it
Yes,
as
that
a person,
too.
when actually you look at it in real life, it isn't. Just look, guys, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, is that
I did go
Crabtree
back and
stuff?
find
Oh,
where
Lord.
Stephen was searching, and it's this very area.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
this very area. And okay, so go back to the report. Search commenced immediately outside the mouth of Mansker Creek. Upon entering Mansker Creek by boat, the boat travelled along the river left, east, continued upstream towards the train bridge, and returned along.
And here's the problem here, Spectral Whispers. If you weren't here earlier, we showed a video of Sebastian, and we compared that to, just lightly compared it to how the proud feet, proud feet, whatever you want to call it, how they describe Sebastian, almost in a way that he wasn't able to even communicate. There was no like nonverbal, but that's not the case. When you see Sebastian in those videos later on, that's not true. And when they green tea and they laugh, it's like they're laughing at him. She's like, "Oh, green tea," and it's like they're making fun of him for the way he does it. I don't get it. Mad thinks Sebastian followed.
Oh my gosh, they do. They mock Sebastian. They've done that from the beginning. And anyone who isn't afraid to tell the truth, right? NorCal SoCal, I know that's why I love Jay. She's great, right? She just tells it like it is. Anybody that's not afraid to tell the truth and that's going to stand up for the victim, in my opinion, that's Sebastian. I hate to call him that because he should never be that, but it's unfortunate that's what has happened here. Unfortunately, I believe that Chris and Katie know. I really believe that, and I think anybody else that would hear this story would agree without coaxing. If we were to just give a report, right, about the details about Sebastian, I think anyone who would read that would think, oh, I think maybe the parents might have some involvement, right? That might be the first thought to, come to their mind. But people that are afraid to say that and to speak up because they don't want to be stalked, harassed, or ousted, right? They're not gonna be quick to stand up for Sebastian, right? It's one of the horrible parts of human nature sometimes. They don't want to be the subject of ridicule, so they'll even throw a little 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old, now he's 17, under the bus, right? Oh yeah, that kid, probably deserved it. He was a bad kid. His stepfather didn't want him around his stepsister who was younger, and da 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 da, right? But because they're not gonna be the one to say it and then everybody jumps on them. Yeah, she does. They're freaks. Right, exactly. And that's, it's just so, the things that they've done are so egregious, and the way that they've embarrassed Sebastian on purpose right off the bat too. Day 8, she's telling Holly Thompson, well, my son wouldn't really like to, well, actually she admits that later, but she says about the crush on Taylor Swift. But she knows that embarrasses Sebastian because she says that to us later. Oh, he wouldn't want us to tell anybody this, but he's got a huge crush on Taylor Swift. And he just, he was Googling, and then even went so far as to let us all know that he was Googling, allegedly, because who knows if this is even true. Does Taylor Swift like blonde boys? That's like a private search. I mean, that would be like, outing a teenage girl for searching for her crush. That's very disgusting. And that's a mother whose child is missing and she is literally embarrassing him on purpose. And then she's telling on herself because either one, she's so arrogant, or two, she's not smart enough to realize what she's doing. You know, sad. And I think it's a little bit of both.
The cat, Jay, she made a mockery of this case. She thinks the Amber Alerts because Sebastian's autistic, not that there's evidence he was abducted. Who thinks that? What? Oh my goodness. I don't know. There's that.
River right west.
Man.
Okay, so here's the train bridge. So
people come to us and their teeth are so bad that they all need to be extracted. They all need to be taken out, and they
east, turned round and went west.
Followed a cat.
Was the mouth. Canine did not demonstrate any changes of behavior that would indicate the presence of human decomposition odor.
All right, so we just went over that. I just want to see that.
Dam here.
I just want to see this.
So Mansker's feeding in here.
There's Mansker.
This is the dam. So shoreline search was conducted by blank and Canine blank on Power Plant Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, approximately 10 a.m. So this is April 13th, 2025.
And see, it's like she's pushing a narrative, which is wild. I didn't realize how much of a narrative she's actually pushing in this video. I thought she was just strictly breaking it down and telling you what she sees, but it's like she's pushing a narrative, and I just didn't realize that until now. She's pushing it like maybe there's some accidental. And Saucy, I'll text you. I'm gonna go. I'll shoot you a text, and I'm gonna go search for it. Double check my email, please, before you go, and double check the address where you shipped it, and then I'll go run around. I've been sitting in this chair for almost an hour and a half now. I'll be happy to run around. All right, just let me know which address, if it was the correct address, before I go around on my unicycle looking for the package. I don't really have a unicycle. Just kidding.
Accompanied by a blank, so that would be search environment. Very complex. While Canine blank text the order, pinpointing the precise source can be challenging when physical accessibility to the area is limited, and it's water. So that's the dam search area above Old Hickory Dam West, where an OV was deployed. Other image of the area. Search area above Old Hickory Dam East. Okay, so we're losing pages here. So we go from page 28 to page 31.
Now, listen, Ebony, I think that you, I don't know if you were here earlier, but that's a simple question that should be easy to answer. So if Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot believe in this report from SF, why haven't they done anything about it? Well, if you go back and watch the beginning of the video, take a look there, because they have all the platforms they need to get on there and ask to bring Sebastian home. But instead, they're on the platforms telling us creators to shut the fuck up. Jump Buzz, good to see you. It's been a while. This is of a guy really trying to control the narrative every time something new comes up and using the most vile creatures to push it. I couldn't have said that better, Jump Buzz. Thank you.
Yeah, really. What a comment. That's absolutely true. Yeah, and my thing too, little Miss Sharon brings up a great point. She says, like, I cringed when KP said, well, you know what teenage boys do in their room, right? Yeah, and she was painting Sebastian in that light that he was doing inappropriate things. But, Katie should know better than that. In my opinion, it doesn't work both ways. Either has this sick propensity for younger children, like Faith, in my opinion, is what they were trying to insinuate. Their ass assumptions, as Chris would like to say. That's what they were trying to push. But then Katie is turning around and saying, oh, but he likes Taylor Swift. Well, Taylor Swift is quite a bit older than Sebastian. So right there's holes in their they're pushing their crap onto Sebastian, saying that he would hurt a younger girl child like Faith, his younger sister. And then you hear a completely different situation from Nina saying they loved each other, right? Like Faith loved Sebastian, and it like I could just get emotional over that, right? Because kids do love each other. They don't realize the step relationship, to a certain extent until it's explained to them. They just know that that's their brother and they love him, right? I mean, that because they're innocent. We're the ones that, screw it up for them, in my opinion. Um, it's just sad. And you're welcome, Tina girl. Thank you so much for giving, good and smart comments, that we can all discuss, so um you know yeah, well, that's what they're trying to say, self-exploration, Joe, which is normal, but they're making it to be dirty, like they're making they it's the blame Sebastian theory, and he's that's completely normal for people to have crushes on other people that, as we get older and things like that, but they were making it seem like Sebastian just had, this propensity to just always be, I don't want to even say promiscuous. It's almost like he's dirty minded or something, right? Which he's completely not. He's just a young man learning, right? It's very sad. And again, you can't have it both ways. Either he likes older women or he's got a, he's you know, I'm not even gonna say it because it's absurd. It's preposterous, in my
I
opinion.
love the people that know what's happening behind the scenes. When you realize what's happening, it's going to push you even further to realize that Katie and Chris hold the key to where Sebastian is, and they know, and they don't want him to be found. Again, they had no thought in the world that this case would get as big as it did, in my opinion. Just like Maddie.
It's a 38-page report, but we've
Yeah,
only
this
got a
is
handful of pages.
the bones.
So we're a little
We
bit
have
in the
all of
dark
them.
to a lot of this. Non-human animals being found, various specimens carefully examined in the field to assess potential human origin. Based on morphological characteristics, the bones were determined to be non-human and were returned to their original location within the wooded area near the boat ramp. Additional bones, including several long bones identified as deer remains and a raccoon skull, were also located in the vicinity. Due to the unusual concentration of skeletal material, Blank conducted a detailed inspection of the area, carefully removing surface debris and duff to expose and examine partially buried elements. No human remains were located and all bones observed were determined to.
Thank you. All right, Tammy, I just found your channel here. I followed Sebastian's missing case. Well, thank you. Please like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and come back, won't you? And Jacqueline, good night. Have a good one. You understand what we're doing here. You know what we're trying to say. You got it. Thank you. And Saucy, don't worry. I'm going to go next door because it went to the other unit. We have unit A and unit B, and it went to unit B. So I'll find it over there. They left it at the other house. Right? We have 2 houses on this property, and I must have accidentally gave you the wrong unit, which is fine. I'll go get it, and I'll text you, girl. Thank you. Love you. Appreciate you. Let's get back to this.
Non-human in origin.
Right.
So they went back to Manska Creek then. A targeted search was
We're going to keep going.
Guys, it could be any one of them. But the construction site, mere yards away from where a scent-specific bloodhound tracked Sebastian scent at 8:30 a.m., the very location where at 12:17 a.m. on the 26th of February 2024, there was Shadow Man, mere yards away from the pond that Max, the first responding German Shepherd from Sumner County, dove right into. There's something here. There's something here. So the construction site remains, I say, are a very good chance of being Sebastian.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if that's the case, why are they sitting on their hands right now and doing nothing? Again, guys, this is the location. This is the major location of where it hit. Obviously, we don't see any like dig marks from the map. We don't know how old it is. Yeah, so full of crap. Again, I mean, all your opinions matter. And I just wanted to share with you what I have and why this report has not been Why we haven't heard anything from TBI, FBI, law enforcement? Why is nobody out there looking for Sebastian? Except, well, again, Seth is out there trying to find his son, but why is everybody else arguing about it? Shadow.
Oh my gosh, so well said. And another thing that, is very odd to me, if there was all of these hits that the dogs made for human decomp, why would they not be trying to figure out who these people are? So that's really strange to me too. So that shows a level of laziness, in my opinion, on the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, that Steve Fisher allegedly gave them this report and said, "Here you are. We conducted these tests. Here's an extensive report," and nothing was done to find out who these people are. Did they collect this like chicken rib cage that they found, or what? Like, I don't even know what to call it, guys. It's disturbing, But I mean, did they do anything to follow these leads? Because obviously it's not Sebastian, but little Miss Sharon. But no, so it's obviously not Sebastian, but it's someone sent, right? And again, like, please, if someone's out there, we need to find out, even if it's a homeless person. That's a person, right? That deserves to have, or deserves to be found, right? Like, if and also making sure that, and again, Liberty, you could be absolutely correct. I can totally see how things would turn up and that things would be found. Things are found every day. Remains of people are found. But I just don't understand why they're not doing it. Or, like, why they didn't go to those areas. Maybe they did, but like, what was the follow-up? Was there follow-up? It's just very disheartening. And then people wonder why there's such a high level of distrust with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I mean, I believe it's warranted.
Man was a guy walking his dog being debunked. Thank you. When their child is missing, no other mother would stay silent. Daisy Duke, how you doing? All right, listen, real quick. I'm gonna put this so you guys can see it in case you walked out. I'm gonna show you, will remind you one more time of who Sebastian, what he encompassed and who he was, more as a person than you think that he's just some kid that was drooling on himself and couldn't do shit. Sebastian celebrated his 15th birthday in December of 2023, right? Him and Katie went to the Great Big Game Show at Opry Mills Mall, Nashville, Tennessee. He went missing from his home the following year in February. I want just to show you a 2.5-minute clip of Sebastian's, some of his last moments and how he acts, all right? Just so it can give you a good idea. Now, if he is alive, if you're one of those people that believes, that believes that he's still alive, then, and there's sightings of him, that will help you to spot him if you do see him and you see how he moves. But guys, I don't think that he's with us anymore. Okay, let's watch this, and then after that, we'll get out of here. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you, and again, take it with a grain of salt, what you will. There's Sebastian.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to
Right? Why?
Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be.
And again, they're not on the same team. He's on one side, she's on the other. He seems to be functioning just fine.
Listen up, parents. Want to start building generational wealth and happiness for your children in less than 10 minutes?
I mean, I agree, guys. You can see, and look at Sebastian's competitive nature, right? He's looking across there like, I'm watching you, right? I'm coming for you. It's very playful, and just miles away from how he was portrayed, as well as the fact that he's being antagonized by his aunt, air quotes. trash, completely trash. And yes, NorCal SoGal, thank you so much for inviting Jay, right? I mean, guys, it's just it would be amazing if we could just get the best turnout ever. You know what I mean? You know, because the more people that show up, the more people will come locally and they'll feel like they have strength in numbers, right? They won't feel as um worried, right, that they're going to be seen when there's a whole bunch of people, right? They're not going to be targeted or pinpointed. Um, you know, I want people to stand up for Sebastian. So thank you so much, NorCal SoGal, and I know you do too. Um, you know, just yeah, thank you. But again, you know, Sebastian is just, gosh, full of life, full of personality. Somebody that would be fun, in my opinion, to play a game with, hang out with, right? Because he has that competitive spirit, that nature. You know, he's trying to have a good time. In my opinion, Aunt Melissa's a creeper.
You can come out on
She
top.
tells him.
But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams, and I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today? I love it. Blue team, you think you're going to be? Are you going to be our winners today? Yeah! I love it. We've got some great energy here in the studio today, and I heard it's a special one because we're celebrating a birthday in the room as well. Woo! Birthday boys! Thank you for coming out to celebrate with us today. We're gonna have a lot of fun. On your marks.
He's so handsome and big, and he just acts much different than I ever imagined. I really did think this autistic boy that really didn't communicate well, that could only say green tea, and they would laugh at it, and he got chocolate milk on his mustache, and she has to, wipe him with a napkin, and I just pictured what they told us. And that's what they told us. This was not what they told us.
Get set. Drop those chips.
Yes. Yes.
All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit. That means red team, you guys are bringing in a total of 4,000 points after chip shot. And blue team, you're going to be bringing in 1,615 points.
And I also want to point out, guys, that he's keeping track of the score, right? Nobody's having to explain anything to Sebastian. He's doing everything just fine, right? I think Chris would need instructions. This would be a lot for him.
And add them to your scores.
Good job, guys.
Took your money back.
And you're going to double chocolate chip cookies. You're going to love this next one.
I know, it's okay.
This is our double
Hey,
chip.
stop.
Remember the double chip plans will give you twice as many points.
Okay, who's
Also,
that's
that
you?
one spot that has two chips stacked on top of each other. If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
No. Never. Yes. Hey, you have to get the 200 again.
No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
So he's like, you have to get the 200. And she's like, no, he doesn't. That's Sebastian talking with Katie. And whenever I hear her interacting with them, she doesn't seem real lovey type of, I have my daughter and my son, and I'm very not like this, but again, there's different parenting styles. Give Seth back his son, you freaks. Yes, under your scores. I love it. I feel so bad for Seth because, guys, I just don't see how Sebastian's with us anymore. I don't. Let's bring him home, though. He needs to be laid to rest if he's no longer with us.
All right, red team, that double chip.
That gives them 4.
Congratulations.
All right.
Yeah, and I really think that he needs to be brought home to his dad, right? I absolutely agree with that. And I was very grateful for this live. It saved a bit of sanity. Maybe a lot of it. Because like I said, I was just drained watching that craziness. I put my thinking cap on here for tonight. Um, because I've kept the same avatar, so I wanted to change it up a little bit. Um, yeah, it's really unfortunate, and we just need to bring Sebastian home. Well said, little Miss Sharon. I mean, that's just what it comes down to, you know. Um, all of these awkward statements, the bulldoze him down. I just want to smell him. Like, she is the weirdest person. And I don't know if it's all an act or if she's really, I mean, I just can't see someone like that doing military operations. Okay. Well, first of all, she had to have, I mean, did somebody fudge the aptitude test? Just asking. Just asking for myself. Um, you know, just weird, Liberty, like all of that weird, like especially that one excuse me, the 1 year anniversary interview with Holly Thompson. Like, just, yeah, it just weird. Like, if we didn't think the first interview was strange enough, she does that interview. But even before that, when she did a solo interview with, I believe it was Fox, she's going, Sebastian would have, oh shit. I mean, like, there's just so many times. If I was to put together all of Katie's weird antics into one video, you guys would have about at least 7 hours worth, roughly, of just weird antics by Katie. And that's just Katie alone, you know? Green tea. And I mean, she's like, and this was her face when she did green tea with Holly Thompson. I just added the flash. I just added the flashlights, all right. Um Let me just move my big head out of the way really quick, and I won't cover Sebastian up. Hold on, let me do this. Let me make myself like really small here so we can see Sebastian's cute face. Sebastian's still missing $50,000 reward for any information through the FBI, right? $500,000 reward through at night, you know. And you can see that reward from the FBI and all of the information from the FBI in this flyer, you know, um, right there. But look at Katie. That was her doing green tea. Oh, green tea. I mean, look at her. She's like a nut. She's a nut. She's a complete freaking flake. And it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And then we got Dead Eyes Katie, right? We got Shopping for Lizards Katie, which I'm covering that up. We got playing with the cars Katie. Hold on. I'm just not, there's just no spot for me up here. I need to be, I need to be somewhere else. Right? Playing with the toys Katie in the staged house, America's Most Wanted Katie. We have Katie over here, right? Look at that. None of his shoes were missing. He didn't take a phone. We got Katie right here, right? And that's the same interview, right? Where she's describing looking up at Sebastian. Look at her. Like, there is something strangely wrong with this lady. Look at that. That's the interview too. She's right there with the monsters. Oh, here's Playing with Toys Katie. There's a good one, right? And they both have a smile on their face. Like it's a joke. Oh, and that's Craddock when he was a detective. Unbelievable. There's me pulling Chris's man card. That's Katie Serene in court. Oh, this is butt out, you know, shopping with Christopher Harley's during Sebastian's award ceremony. This is Katie and Chris allegedly taking notes from the Don and Candace playbook, right? I mean, we have all kinds of weird versions of Katie, right? And then we have Katie that's up here with the with our board here, our investigation board. Very odd, very off-putting, a lot wrong with the situation, you know? But they blame other people as if we're the ones in the wrong, even though we don't have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance and we weren't around. We didn't even know Sebastian, you know. But screw us for looking and screw us for trying and eliminating possible scenarios, you know. Um, I don't know what Melissa was doing in the area so early, Faye. And you know, she was the one that was saying that they started searching at 6:30. So she had to have been notified before the police. Yeah, that's a great point. Oh no, you did so good. Oh my goodness, you were amazing. You're amazing. Like that's what I just loved. Everything that you said was spot on. Every single thing. You know, just the way everybody's feeling. Like who thought it was going to be this long? Like I didn't, you know. I thought this would be easy, you know, that I was really thinking that they could have done something like put him, you know, possibly somewhere hiding him from Seth, or they didn't want to have to pay child support, so they were, you know, whatever. Um, you know, and I did in the beginning really think, oh, maybe he's not with us, you know, this and that. It's harder and harder for me to think about that, so I just can't imagine what Seth's going through, you know. So I know, I know, exactly, NorCal. Exactly. I know. Well, and just it was just so well put. You're like, the people need to be heard. I mean, and we deserve that. Sebastian deserves people to stand up for him because people are afraid to, and they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. There's more of us than there are of them, even though there's a lot of feet, right? There's a there's a large Foot Clan afoot, but you know, hey, there's a lot of us too. And Sebastian deserves better, you know. She is insanely detached, Liberty. There's a lot going on, you know. Yes, the weird Facebook post saying that maybe Sebastian got into someone's car and then they drove to work and they didn't realize that a six, or excuse me, a 5'6", no, I'm sorry, a 5'5" child was in the back of their vehicle, right? And then they went into work and then there was no, you know, nothing else to be said, right? But they were all playing interference, in my opinion. How come the only person police cleared is the green hoodie woman? Oh, I know. That's a good question, Faye. It's still pretty mind-boggling. And then also with them not ever coming out and saying any of this, right? Why didn't Steve Fisher put this report out in April? Also, right? To show that he was working for Sebastian. I'm just wondering what caused them to do these searches. And maybe if I go on X, I can figure it out. Maybe we can, you know, reconvene on it. But I also don't know how much weight I want to give to it because obviously we know it's not Sebastian. So maybe it's just a waste of time. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a poll on that tomorrow. But I do want to try to get at least a little bit of that interview out, but there's some things that I want to add to it, you know. It was just a bunch of nonsense. So that's a really crappy part again about that live stream that um Chris and Katie participated in, is that at no point is it going to help us find Sebastian. All they did was bash people. Then it's everybody, right? Um so yeah, but I think it should be documented. Um I just think it should be. I think people need to look at this and understand and see Seth and see what the Proud Feet are doing, you know? Um I remember Steve Johnson picked up on her being extremely detached. Yes, we went over that. Steve Johnson and Chris McDonough was awesome. Yes, being extremely detached when he did the analysis on their interviews with Chris McDonough. Yes, I mean, spot on. Really great points, things that I would never think of. And again, these are the experts. These are the experts. There's not been any experts that have come out and said Chris and Katie are not, they're, let's just put it this way. The only people that have said that Chris and Katie are innocent are the hate channels, right? Law enforcement has not cleared them. They won't. They said they have a mountain of evidence, right? And then on top of that, every single expert has also said that they believe that Chris and Katie hold the answers, Katie especially holding the key, and that all of the statements were very off-putting and, seemed very guilty. Oh, yay, Jamie. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Oh, how cool. Thank you so much, Little Miss Sharon, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. Well, cool. I'm so glad it landed on Jamie. Yay. Thanks, Jamie, for being here. Mr. Cloud Henry Smoot says I had a dream where neighbor Bobby's oldest son had lured Sebastian to a building site under false pretenses. Really? I mean, I believe in people having gifts. I just don't think Bobby was the one. I don't think her oldest son was the one. I just don't think that. Even though I don't find Bobby as credible as I originally did, I just don't think that they had involvement. And I don't think it's fair to blame them when there's no evidence of Sebastian leaving out, you know? So I don't want to crush your dreams there though, Mr. Smoot. Um, Selena Dixon, good to see you. Hello. All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate all of your opinions. And I appreciate you taking the time with me to watch and learn about this report, right? And I agree with Jay. Let's take it with a grain of salt, and let's continue on trying to find Sebastian, um, because he's who matters, and that's who we're all here for. So I love you guys all very, very much, and I hope you have the best day. And I will see you guys on an afternoon live tomorrow, and the time would probably be to be determined. Um, all right, guys, you all take care, and thank you all so very, very, very much. And thank you, Little Miss Sharon, for gifting that membership again. That's awesome. Thank you.